Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. There are some chairs, I believe, still available. If you go and have a seat, try to. We'll move this on fairly quickly before we have to get to the city council meeting, but again, welcome. With that, we'll go ahead and open this council meeting and this particular special event for December 3rd, 2014, Oceanside Harbor District, CDC, and City Council meeting on this date. With that, can I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Wood?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez?
Here.
Councilmember Kern?
Here.
Councilmember Feline?
Here.
Councilmember Feller?
Here. With that, I'll turn this over to our city clerk, please.
Great. We're going to open the meeting with item number 1. Number 1 is City Council adoption of a resolution certifying the results of the city's general municipal election held on Tuesday, November 4th, 2014. On Tuesday, November 4th, 2014, Oceanside General Municipal Election was held to elect 2 members of the City Council for full terms of 4 years. The official ballot contained 5 candidates for the 2 seats. On December 2nd, 2014, the San Diego County Registrar of Voters certified the official results of the election. Those results show that the total number of registered voters was 82,692. The total number of ballots cast was 36,326. The results also showed the names of the persons voted for in each race, the number of votes given at each of the 80 precincts to each candidate, and the total number of votes cast for each candidate. The numbers reflect that Oceanside had a 43.93% voter turnout, which is about the median turnout percentage for non-presidential elections over the last 14 years. So thank you to the Oceanside voters for participating in this election. This number also shows that Oceanside voters are following the growing voting trend, as 67% of the votes were cast by mail ballots. And now, the certified results show that the candidates who received the highest number of votes cast in the city and who are hereby elected to serve a 4-year term ending in December 2018 are, for the member of the City Council, Chuck Lowry with 16,000. And Jerome and Jerry Kern with 14,612 votes. In accordance with California Elections Code Sections 10262-10265, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution declaring the results of the city's general municipal election held on November 4th, 2014.
So moved. Do we have a second? Second. Thank you. No public input, I know, but please vote.
Can you redo your votes, please? Yes means yes. Okay. Jack, did you vote? Okay, there we go. Motion approved, 5-0.
At this time, we're going to participate in our invocation. So if I could ask everyone to please rise at this moment in time, that would be greatly appreciated. Father, we thank you for today. for this blessing, this privilege, this honor it is to live in the city of Oceanside. We come here as a community of different backgrounds, different beliefs, different presents, and different futures. Yet one common goal, and that is the betterment of this community. We come here tonight to seek your guidance, wisdom, and discernment as we deliberate as the direction of the city of Oceanside moves forward. At this time, I would like to lift up Council Members Feller, Council Members Kern, Deputy Mayor Sanchez, Mayor Wood, and Councilmember Feline. Would you continue to be with their families and themselves as they go through this holiday season and this new year, and please bring joy, peace, and comfort to every family in Oceanside in this upcoming year as well. We say all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Amen.
At this time, Mr. Christopher Vasquez may come forward to perform the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we want to thank Councilman Feline for his service. You guys may be seated at this present moment in time. Thank you. At this moment in time, I'd like to thank Councilman Feline for his 4 years of service to the community, for providing great insight into the deliberations that transpired in our discussions as a council as a whole. And most of all, I just want to thank him for his dedication to public service within the city of Oceanside and beyond. And at this time, I'd like to invite Councilman Feline forward as we have a presentation from Assemblymember Chavez, as well as a bouquet of flowers just as a token of gratitude for all that they were grateful for. So thank you, Mr. Feline.
Well, I get to take the flowers home and tell my wife I got them for her, so thank you very much. As I said at my last official meeting a couple weeks ago, today's the day for the winners to enjoy their day, Councilman Kern and newly elected Councilman Chuck Lowry. I wish both of them the best and the City Council as a whole in their service in the City of Oceanside. I do want to say I've been honored to serve as a City Councilman for the past 4 years. I thank all of those who voted for me in the last election. There just weren't enough of us. So today belongs to the winners. Congratulations to Councilman Kern and Councilman-elect Larry. And the seat is waiting. I do tell the city clerk I don't throw away the name tag. I may be back, but for now, it's Chuck Lowry's day. Congratulations. Come up and take your seat. Yes, it's not bad.
At this time, I would like to invite Councilmember Kern forward as we're going to swear you in, Mr. Kern. Hi, Blake. All right. I think I've done a couple of times, so if you could please repeat after me. I, Jerry M. Kern, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
the Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely,
I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office of member of Oceanside City Council
of office of member of the Oceanside City Council,
of the City of Oceanside,
the City of Oceanside.
according to the best of my ability. Congratulations and welcome aboard. There you go. I'd like to now present to you the newly elected Councilmember Jerry Kern.
Okay, well, thank you. Again, thank you all for showing up, and I'm sure you're all here for Chuck. I've been through this before, and we're going to have our little party next week on the original date. This was, an election. The president called and I said, what were your thoughts of the election? I said, we're in a democracy. We get the government we deserve. The idea of they elected somebody else to go in a different direction than we would have been. So it'll be an interesting 4 years. We will see if they can continue the progress that we've made in the past. I think the last 4 years we've made tremendous progress, and I really got to thank Gary Feline for being part of that progress. And we went from $0 to $6 million in surplus. Hopefully we can continue to keep going that way. Trying times. Like I said, it's going to be an interesting few years, and hopefully we'll see how this rides out. But thank you.
And as a token of gratitude from Congressman Issa, you get Congressman Issa, as well as Assemblymember Chavez, and the official certificate from the City of Oceanside. So congratulations. Let's say thank you, please, to Jerry Crane. At this time, I would like to invite Councilmember-elect Lowry forward. The bunting has fallen, correct. I'm sorry about that. At this time, if you could please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Chuck Lowry, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
that
I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of member of the City Council
of the office of member of the City Council
of the City of Oceanside
according to the best of my ability.
I'll now introduce to you Councilmember Chuck Lowry.
Thank you all for coming. We're going to make it really brief. It's better to say less than to say more and to be stuck with it. I want to congratulate everyone who was able to make it here through the pummeling rainstorm. I missed it on my way here, and I didn't shrink, so I'm happy about that. Anyway, I want to acknowledge everyone who's here, who's been helping me for the last anywhere from 6 months to 8 years. To be elected to a full 4-year term is really incredible, and I hope to move the community forward as best we can. I hope you will remember that though the office door is always open, I will also listen to what you have to say, so please keep me informed of what's going on. And I hope that you enjoy the meeting today, and whatever they put up in the lobby for refreshments, good luck with that. So, thank you all for coming and for your support. And I do want to acknowledge Gary Feline. He did a good job of working with the limited resources that we have as far as money is concerned, and for setting an ongoing pattern of need that we have to balance our budget here in the city of Oceanside. So thank you very much for all of you too. I now present you with the new Oceanside City Council.
Thank you, everybody, in particular the city clerk's office, certainly for Zach, Beck, and Holly. Thank you very much for what you do in getting this all set up. All the decorations are done by those people behind the scenes, so we want to say thank you. As for all the people that showed up for this particular meeting, for Chuck and for Mr. Kern, thank you very much. We appreciate it. It's tough to get out in the rain. I understand that, especially for California drivers. They seem to crash as it rains. But anyhow, God bless you. Thank you for turning out to vote and getting involved in local politics that really impacts you on a daily basis. So God bless you all. Thank you. We're going to take a recess until 5 o'clock for refreshments in the lobby, and we'll open up again at 5 o'clock for the city council meeting with this new council. Thank you very much. Recess to 5 o'clock. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Second phase of this council meeting. Thank you all for being here. There's more seats here if you want to have a seat and sit down. We appreciate everybody's turnout for the swearing in for the new council members. And with that, we're going to go forward right now, but I'm going to ask for a roll call, please, for the new council.
Mayor Wood?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez? Councilmember Kern? Here. Councilmember Feller?
Here.
Councilmember Lowry?
Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, just for housekeeping, if you have a cell phone or a pager, please put it on vibrate. I'll try to remember to do that myself. And with that, Mr. Clerk, I'd like to take the consent calendar, please.
Yes, consent calendar, items 5 through 18.
Move approval. Second. Move for approval and second. With that, any public on any of
No public.
Have any of the items been pulled?
Sorry?
None of the items have been pulled, right?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, please, vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much. Will you have a moment, please, Mr. Clerk, go to item 19, general items.
Yes, item number 19 is adoption of a resolution declaring council's intention to order the formation of the El Camino Executive Center Community Facilities District and setting a public hearing for January 7, 2015 at 6 p.m. in the City Council chambers.
Thank you. Good evening. I see you're not Curtis Jackson, so please identify yourself when you get a moment.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ruben Duran. I'm from the Property Management Division, and I am here today representing staff who is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution declaring the Council's intention to order the formation of the El Camino Executive Center Community Facilities District and to set the required public hearing for the date of January 7, 2015 at 6 p.m. here in the Council chambers. The city was approached by the El Camino Executive Center's developer, Hawks Development, in order to assist us in creating a community facilities district. The project, which is to be situated on 3.5 acres, out of that 3.5 acres, a conservation easement totaling 2.5 acres was required as a condition of approval by for the project by the Planning Commission. And this easement would be to be preserved in perpetuity the area, for the easement area. As a result, the developer desires that the community
Community Facilities District be created. Staff contracted with a qualified consultant, Harrison Associates, to assist in the development of the formation, I should say, of the Community Facilities District, and also to come up with an average assessment in order to maintain the habitat area. Based on their findings, the consultant came up with an average figure of $5,275.98 per year to be levied against the property owner as part of this Community Facilities District. And this amount would also be subject to adjustments, which would be based on the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers for San Diego, California. And if this index is no longer published, the index for adjustment will be the U.S. Department of Labor Comprehensive Official Index, which would be most comparable to the aforesaid index. If I may please refer you to the exhibit. The city owns the adjacent parcel. The city owns the adjacent parcel here, which consists of about approximately 3.97 acres. And city staff believes that assuming responsibility of the additional facilities district would help keep costs down through an economy of scale. And assuming the responsibility of the facilities district is desirable for both parties, as the current market for habitat mitigation trusts are difficult to locate on projects of this size. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Have a seat at the sidebar. We're going public on this.
No public on it.
Back to the council. Deputy Mayor Sanchez, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move adoption of the resolution.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much.
And I just have one comment.
Yeah,
One thing I really like in this is that it's actually an indexed amount, because in the past, it was a set amount, and it never kept up with the inflation, and then we end up taking a lot of these properties back because they can't do the upkeep. So I'm really happy that there's an indexed amount here that actually will keep up and keep it maintained. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, if I could too, because of some of the feedback from the audience earlier, could we move ahead to the 5 o'clock presentations and proclamations and et cetera? And my aide will be doing that, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think Elton Rose from the Humane Society stepped out with her little friend for a moment, and will be back. I was hoping to, I'm sorry? Okay, all right. So at this time we'll do the recognition of the Oceanside High pilots from Oceanside, California, supporting the Oceanside High School sailors from Oceanside, New York after Hurricane Sandy. Please come forward when I call your name. From the Oceanside Unified School District Board, Dr. Adrian Hakes, President of the Oceanside Unified School District Board of Education. Emily Ortiz-Wichman, Vice President of Oceanside Unified School District Board of Education. And Lillian Adams, Clerk of the Board of Education. And Oceanside High School faculty, Paul Rose, Animation and Photography Instructor from Oceanside High School. Tony Cheney, Oceanside High School Education Specialist. Nicole Martinez, Assistant Principal at Oceanside High School during the outreach effort, now Principal of South Oceanside Elementary School. Dr. Ron Pryoff, Principal of Oceanside High School. And we have some Oceanside High School students here. Brianna Ford, Jacob Lefthand, Soleil Navarro, Alexis Andres, and Deja Marks.
That's all about. Thank you. Thank you. You coming in?
Pilots helping sailors. We recently passed the 2-year anniversary of Superstorm Sandy. Recognizing the suffering being endured by students at Oceanside High School in New York, students, faculty, and staff at Oceanside High School in California reached out to their counterparts across the nation and shared heartfelt gestures of support, caring, compassion, and concern. While the East Coast was being slammed by the superstorm, Mr. Azim Khan, AmeriCorps program coordinator at our Oceanside High School, sent an email to faculty and staff inviting participation in an effort to have Oceanside High School pilots send their support to Oceanside High School sailors in New York. Within a few weeks, over 650 pieces of art, letters, and digital posters were sent to New York. A similar effort was coordinated by Regina Ashcroft at South Oceanside Elementary School. While many of the students who participated have graduated, today we pause to recognize the strong spirit of relationship building that is mentored and taught here at Oceanside Unified School District. In viewing this thank you movie, we acknowledge and express our gratitude to the students, faculty, and staff who reached across the continent in time of need. We now present the thank you video from Oceanside, New York.
It's hard to believe that our hometown of Oceanside, New York was devastated when Hurricane Sandy hit.
But it was still great to receive such beautiful pictures and letters from our friends in Oceanside, California.
Our family and friends made my touch with me a video to show our appreciation for you guys and your letters of support.
Send you all our love and strength.
I'm writing you this letter because I know that you will look at everything that's happening to you and your family right now. You are way stronger than anyone would have ever thought.
It's going to be all right. Keep your head up. Never give up in this tough struggle you are going through. Make the best of it and know that for every dark night there is a light of day.
Corporate school, Oceanside High School in New York, and we cannot thank you enough for all that you've done to assist us in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy. We're still struggling in this community to help those in need, specifically our students here at the high school. Your kind letters of support, the videos you sent us, the wonderful efforts of your Chamber of Commerce for that, the legacy greatly appreciated. The need continues, and we're doing everything we can to meet the need, but your help is a big part of the solution, and we cannot thank you enough. We really enjoy building a relationship with you, and from the principal sailor to the principal pilot, we thank you very much.
From Oceanside to Oceanside.
Thank you so much.
We wish you the best of luck.
Stay here. The cute ones up front, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, You understand from the video during that storm with Sandy, a lot of destruction. And Oceanside, California, our city, Chamber of Commerce, and our high school got together and helped that particular community, Oceanside. So I didn't have a lot to do with it. I think other people are standing up here were involved in it. But here we are a few years later getting a thank you from that school to Oceanside, addressing us, the citizens of Oceanside and the school district, saying thank you for what we did for them back there. So we're going to send this back to them and say thank you for your thank you and communicate back and forth. But like I say, I'll let some other people talk about it, but I thought it was pretty darn nice that we got involved as a city to help a city with our same name that far apart. They have certainly appreciated it, and they got a lot of money from us, and the Chamber of Commerce here at Oceanside also got involved. For with all that, I want to turn around and thank the people that really had something to do with it, all the people from the Unified School District, everybody, and these students, and we're going to give it to them to say hi, but I want to do something else for them. They sent a message by video, so I want to say as the mayor of Oceanside, California, to Oceanside, New York, thank you for the reply, the video that you sent us from your students. I want to thank you and honor you for being such kind people responding back to our city. And we are neighbors, friends, Oceanside to Oceanside. Hopefully somewhere down the line we'll exchange other things like people back and forth. And we'll visit each other. But for right now, my heroes that got this all involved are right behind me. And where do we start with? Who is their lead on this one? Somebody reach out to that one.
Okay. All right. Do I talk specifically anywhere? Or do I have to look at anything? I'm sorry.
Talk like you're talking to the people back at home.
Okay. Well, I guess I should start off by saying that don't ever hesitate to help anyone if you have a talent or anything, because people, that are unfortunate like these people, you never know what could happen to you. So it's really nice to help other people. And it feels great too, so. All right.
Well, we did, as class and as, all the students here in Oceanside, we felt good about being able to help the others who were hit by the horrible hurricane. I agree with Soleil. It's wonderful to be able to help others and, just to put yourself out there and share with the world, I guess. So.
Hi, I'm Deja, and I agree with my peers standing behind me. I just want to say on behalf of Oceanside High School's Health Academy class of 2015, we are so grateful that we have this opportunity given to us by our Mayor Wood, our school, our staff, and we're so grateful to God that they gave us this opportunity to thank you guys for all of this. So, thank you.
All right.
Hi, I'm Adrienne Hakes. I'm currently the president of the Oceanside Unified School District Board of Trustees. We're very proud of our students, and we wish the students in Oceanside, New York, the very best. We never know when a national disaster from Mother Nature will hit us. We have our fair share of hurricanes and fires, and we don't get the hurricanes. That gets the hurricanes on the East Coast, but we get earthquakes and the fires that were pretty scary too. So we have a little bit of simpatico knowing what it's like to be life-threatening and lose property. So anyway, we wish you all well. Thank you.
Pirates to sailors. Hello, sailors. We hope you are doing well and come out and visit us sometime. My name's Paul Ruse. I'm a career technical education teacher. I teach photography and animation, and I was one of the teachers that received the email from Azam Khan, one of our teachers at that time, saying, this is what happened to our counterparts in New York, let's reach out and help them. And it became an assignment for my students, and they all got into it and really enjoyed meeting you, at least digitally. So thank you.
My name is Ron Parayoff, and currently I'm the principal at Oceanside High School, and I have to confess, I wasn't the principal at the time this happened. This is my first year at Oceanside High School, but I'm taking all the credit for it. I'm just kidding. Just being there for a few short months, one of the things that really resonates over and over with me is the pride and the focus on relationships that our students and staff and school community has. And that's something that we really pride ourselves on, and we talk about why we've been put where we are. And we always talk about service, the word service. And we talk about so much so that it's become one of our core values. We recently had an opportunity to identify some of our core values: P for pride, I for integrity, R for relationships, A for achievement, T for teamwork, E for excellence, and S for service. And I got to tell you, all of those core values really identify and align with the efforts that were done here by these wonderful students just a few years back. And it's really indicative of the school community that it has been built over the years and that has continued to grow and will continue to grow from years on out. So I have the privilege of being the principal there now, and I'm just really happy to be a part of this process, and I'm proud of our students. And can we just get a big round of applause for our students and their efforts?
Oceanside, New York. I'm coming back here on the 20th to New York. My daughter's in Long Island. I might stop in. You guys can put me up for a week or something. I'm back there in Oceanside, New York. I appreciate that. Hold it down, hold it down. Anyhow, I want to send this message back to all of you. Thank you for what you did, and I'm so proud of our students that got involved and said, we can help you. God bless you, and have a wonderful 2015. That's all I have, and one more time, let's hear for these wonderful people. Oh, even the dog loves you. Even the dog loves you.
And now we have Elkie Ross and her little friend. Thanks, Elkie.
Great. Okay, this is Harvey. Harvey Dent to be exact, but we're going to call him Harvey D right now. As you can see, he obviously loves to be the center of attention. I didn't know that was a trick that he could offer. He was enjoying clapping and celebrating with everybody. He's about 6 years old. He came to us as a stray from Oceanside, very social, introducing himself to everyone, is actually being kenneled with another dog right now, so he has good doggy manners and skills, loves to play fetch with the tennis ball, and just always a very sweet and adorable. He does have some skin issues, so he has a little bit of allergy, and his adoption fee is $95. But actually, I just found out right when I was heading out the door that he's going to be transferred to another shelter tomorrow at 12:30. So if anyone is interested, get down there tonight by 7, or get down there tomorrow. We do open at 11. Sometimes we move the dogs around because of space and things, and so I didn't have time to get another dog, but he's still available for adoption and obviously would make a great companion. Also want to let everyone know that we have wonderful holiday gift packs for the pet lovers in your life. We have them for small animals, cats, and dogs at our store Matique off of Airport Road, and they're just like a little starter pack with some goodies in there, and then also if you know somebody who's interested or looking for an animal, that you can get them a gift certificate. So you can give them a gift certificate and a little gift pack, and then they can come on in and look for an animal to add to their home during these holiday seasons. And of course, I don't ever want to forget to let everyone know that we do have a wonderful spay and neuter program, low cost. We're actually focusing our efforts in 2015 on Chihuahuas, Pit Bulls, and cats. So if you know anybody who's in need and who has one of those species or breeds, please let them know that they can sign up on our website, and it's very inexpensive, and of course that keeps those high number of animals coming into our shelters. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I just picked up a cat down there last month. I was leery at first because I have two small dogs, but I picked the right cat. Went down and dropped him on the floor. The dogs looked at it, looked at the two dogs. They kind of went, wandered off, and no problem. So I got a great deal because I'm over 55. Yeah, sweet deal. So don't forget it. And this could be a good mascot for somebody in the audience or some group here if you want to get her home soon before they transfer to another location. But anyhow, God bless you and thank you for bringing them in. Bye-bye. Thank you. With our have our closed session report, which I know is real short.
Well, actually, Mayor, we're having closed session as the last item on the agenda, so we haven't met on anything at this point, so there's nothing to report.
Yes, at this time, Kathy Michael may come forward.
Honorable Mayor, council members, attendees and viewing public, my name is Kathy Michael. I'm from Main Street, Oceanside, and of course, the holiday season is always a very busy season for everybody, so Main Street wishes everybody a very happy holidays. We did want to thank the Museum of Art. We had our mixer last night, our holiday mixer. It was a lot of fun, great music, good food, and good refreshments. So again, thank you everybody who helped out with our mixer last night. And of course we have our day market. Thursday is Market Day in Oceanside. We have our day market from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. But tomorrow is a special night because of course we have our holiday tree lighting. Parks and Recreation starts the festivities at 5 with some music, and then at 6 o'clock, the mayor and Santa will come down in a beautiful fire truck to light the tree. And then we have a lot of different activities this year, along with the music and the entertainment that Parks and Recreation programs. Don't forget your camera, because you're going to take a picture with Santa. They have crafts. They have some munchies. We also have about 3 bounce houses for different ages and a slide. We have a zip line, a palm tree climb. We have a bungee run. We have carriage rides. So lots of great things. And then right after that, and of course, our motto, why go to the mall? The market has it all. Holiday gift market start tomorrow, the 4th, the 11th, and the 18th. We have live music every week. Entertainment by both of our Oceanside Theater and Star Theater, what we call our halftime shows throughout the night. We have right now about 120 retail and commercial vendors and about 80 food vendors. So if you're looking for food, sweets, hot sauces, gifts, caramels, there's a lot of things to do down there. Great food, great entertainment, and all through our community giving. Okay. And then December 5th is Art Walk. This will be our 4th month that we've had Art Walk. It's always the very first Friday of the month. with over a dozen businesses and galleries that display art, live music, of course, delights, yummy, yummy, and some refreshments. ArtWalkOceanside.com, and tomorrow we will have a band outside of the Main Street office, music by Elijah. And I'm putting this poster up because the City of Oceanside Zero Waste Program wanted to target an event for younger individuals, and this is sold out. So this is fabulous. Our very first Gift and Brew Tour. Congratulations. It is sold out. It's going on this Saturday. And then a few other things that I wanted to bring up that have nothing to do with any of the posters. Parks and Recreation will be having a holiday dance at the Junior Seattle Beach Community Center by the pier on December 14th from 6 to 9. Tickets are $10. Main Street will be partnering with the City of Oceanside Zero Waste Program on December 18th at both the day and the Sunset Markets for Day Without a Bag. Also, Main Street Oceanside has partnered with two different community organizations, North County Community Services and Solutions for Change, to accept donations such as cereals, dry and canned foods, new and unwrapped toys, and gift cards. And also the beach. A lot of you see our vendors down there on the strand by the pier, and as long as the weather holds out, which we're pretty lucky, we live in Oceanside, California, we do have lots of great things down there to include bike rentals, surfing lessons, and your basic beach necessities. Of course, all of these events and several others, which I know I've forgotten, are on our calendar events on our website, mainstreetoceanside.com. We do a newsletter. We are on Facebook and Twitter, or you can come and visit us at 701 Mission Avenue, directly across from the Bank of America. Again, the website is mainstreetoceanside.com. Thank you.
At this time, Ms. Steve Haken may come forward.
Hello, everybody. I'm Miss Steve Haken, and I live next door to Zach, and I'm not going to disclose that for security purposes. You're welcome, Zach. I wanted to come up here and officially thank you all, because Jerry's gone, I'm gone. And it's been a fun time. 3 years. It's been pretty cool. I got to know Chuck, which we became good friends. I got to meet the mayor, Esther, Jerry, and Jack, of course, and then Steve, glad you came back, and John. Can't forget our favorite attorney. Some of you don't know how I came here, so I'm going to disclose that real quick. Gary found me at Tri-City Hospital, and I got diagnosed with Crohn's, and he came in to visit, and he goes, "Stop by City Hall when you get out." I thought he was a little crazy at first. Maybe he was. He hired me. So that's how I officially came here, to be the aide, and it's been a crazy time. I love the staff, and the reputation of Oceanside is nothing like it is. It's phenomenal. So I definitely recommend it, and please come to the Christmas thing tomorrow. Kathy was just highlighting that. And, oh, hi, sure. And I love our constituents. We have Leslie Davies, who I talked to numerous times, Donna McGinty. I'm going to miss those phone calls. You know, Nadine, Diane, all of you guys, thank you. And it's been a pleasure.
Next, Ashley Simpkins may come forward.
Okay, thank you, Council. My name is Ashley Simpkins. I'm here representing the Friends of the Oceanside Public Library. Sunday, December 14th is our biggest fundraiser of the year. It's the Holiday Home Tour and Gift Boutique. Once again, we've been having this fundraiser for a few years now, and it's our most successful fundraiser. The Friends of the Library, what we do is we are the primary fundraising mechanism for the Oceanside Public Library. We provide money for books and programs, and especially children's programs. Some of the music series that I know the citizens of Oceanside really enjoy. The Holiday Home Tour, what our patrons can expect is for a ticket of just $20. You can visit 5 premier Oceanside homes decorated for the holidays, the self-directed tour. We also have some great bonus stops. You can stop at the Succulent Cafe. You can stop at Stone Company Store, where they'll provide you with 4 beer tastings, 4 4-ounce beer tastings for each patron, which I think is a pretty good deal. Also, at the same time, we have the Holiday Gift Boutique right here at the Civic Center Library. We'll have lots of vendors for those hard-to-shop-for people on your Christmas list. We'll have entertainment and a little bit of food outside. It's really going to be a great time. We also have the silent auction, and there is an opportunity drawing. Last year at the silent auction, people won trips to Hawaii and Lake Tahoe, and can you imagine? That's a nice Christmas gift for people. So I really encourage you to visit us on Facebook at OPL Friends, or go to oplfriends.org. That's OPL Friends, in case I said it too fast. We would love to have all of you at our event. We really appreciate the Oceanside involvement in the library. We have a really great library, and it's because we're all involved. Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
No further public on this item.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And let's see. I think we need to go back to item number 20, please.
Item number 20 is approval of a fund agreement with the San Diego Foundation to establish an endowment to fund the annual cost of the maintenance and administration of 7.3 acres of habitat mitigation land at Tule Canyon that was a condition of the Mission Cove Affordable Housing Project. Approval to appropriate $125,000 in the Home Grant Fund account to fund the endowment, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement.
Thank you. Doug Pike.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Doug et al., Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. Back in February, the City Council agreed to set aside Tule Canyon as habitat land available for mitigation. With that same action, they also set aside 7.3 acres in Tule Canyon to satisfy the habitat requirement for the Mission Cove Affordable Housing Project. Part of the conditions of that project, the developer is supposed to not only buy the property, which they did, they also need to set aside an endowment amount to provide for the long-term maintenance of the project in perpetuity. That amount was determined to be about $5,000 per year. Therefore, the endowment needed based on a 4% return from the San Diego Foundation is $125,000. Long-term maintenance includes cleanup, inspections, biological studies, and a small administration cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Proceed to sidebar, please. Mr. Clerk.
No public on this item.
No public. Back to council. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is going to be able to generate a significantly higher rate of return than what the city's currently doing. So this is really a really good project. I'm going to move approval.
I'll second that, please. Thank you very much. And Councilmember Feller, please.
Doug, maybe I'm confused on how this works. The developer said they were going to put $5,000 in perpetuity toward that mitigation. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Feller, a condition of the development of Mission Cove is that the development was to set aside a significant amount of money to fund the maintenance in perpetuity. I believe those monies came through the home fund as part of the development loan with the developer in the city of Oceanside.
And so I'm understanding we're funding $125,000 to I don't understand why of the 125,000 is brought up if it's paid for in perpetuity. Why is that money?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Feller, in order to, again, cover the cost annually of $5,000 per year, you can't just keep looking to the project to fund $5,000 as far as wildlife agencies are concerned. They always want this money set aside so that there's this pot of money that generates enough money to cover that amount. My understanding from talking with the housing folks is that part of the loan to develop the Mission Cove project came from home funds in order to fund not only the acquisition of this property, but also the endowment amount that was needed.
I should have probably got you ahead of time on this because it seems like it's almost a double payment of some sort to me.
Councilmember Feller, maybe the city manager want to get involved.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me take a shot at it, Jack. The $125,000 is money that the developer is setting aside to earn 4% interest a year. That 4% times 125 is $5,000 a year. So that will be the maintenance in perpetuity.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you. We had an item earlier tonight about indexing that money. You know, obviously the idea that interest rates are going to go up and down, $125,000 generates at 4%, which is probably a little bit above the norm right now. Usually it's right around 2 or 3%. What happens 5 years from now when the money that they've set aside for interest doesn't cover the cost of the maintenance? So, you know, I would like to see some type of indexing. Otherwise, we're going to have to pick this up at a certain point in time, just like we've picked up other properties when the conservancies go under. I would really like, in perpetuity, some type of mechanism that it will continue to cover the costs. Otherwise, it's going to be back on the taxpayers to maintain this. So I can't support this unless there's some indexing in there and shows that in the out years that we're not going to have to take this back and do another, you know, grant or use general fund money to maintain it. You want to take a crack at that, Doug?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kern, the 4% is, I believe, a conservative estimate by the San Diego Foundation, but you're right, there is no guarantee that it can cover costs in the future. However, what the city is looking at as they start selling more habitat land in Tule Canyon, the costs go down on a per acre basis because there are additional acreage available for habitat mitigation. Also, during the first 5 years, the developer is required to fund an additional $40,000, which is more than enough to fund 5 years worth of maintenance during those first 5 years. But during those first 5 years, the $125,000 is still generating a 4% return. So after actually 5 years, you're going to have an additional $25,000, and it's kind of like a reserve.
But and I understand that. You know, I understand how that mechanism works. I'm concerned about 20 years from now, 25 years from now. Is this money? If we don't somehow index this at a certain point in time, the taxpayers are going to have to come back in and pick up the maintenance cost on this. Yeah, I'm looking long range because we're going to have a lot of these properties. We've taken these back from conservancies that when they first started, they had the same mechanisms in place and all the funding was in place, but as time goes on, we don't generate enough money to maintain them, and then we end up as a city taking them back, and it's on the taxpayer's dime again. So I understand the first 5, maybe even 10 years. What happens in the 15th and 20th year? If there's not enough money to cover it, what happens?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kern, the city would be responsible to cover that cost. Yes, I can't get around that. Correct.
Indexing and things like that.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I think the city manager wants to jump in here. Thank you.
Let me take a shot at this, Doug. There's a little bit of difference between this one and the last one. Just did an index. The other one is an annual assessment against the property, be part of the maintenance district. And I'm not sure we've identified, probably some nonprofit will be responsible for the annual maintenance of Tule Canyon once it's all sold. But it's possible that this 4% will not generate enough money at some point to pay for the ongoing maintenance. But we need to keep in mind that Tule Canyon is owned by the Utilities Department, and perhaps we should consider setting aside some of the money we get for the acreage, just in case. We could set aside a small portion of the money as a hedge against the possibility that this trust fund will not be solvent, although it would take many, many years for that. But neither the Utilities Department, which is a component of the city, or the city should be burdened with that. And we'll take a look at that issue. But I think we should go ahead with this, and then if we need to identify additional funding, we take it out of the proceeds and set that money aside for another endowment that would subsidize this if necessary.
All right, I'm not real comfortable with that. I mean, the idea that we're talking, if it's the utilities, that we're going to put it on the ratepayers instead of the taxpayers, which is the same people. I will go ahead and reluctantly support this at a certain time, but maybe you and I can get together and you can explain how you plan to do this in the out years. And to do that, because we have taken property back from these conservancies and nonprofits because they've gone under, and they've had all these plans in place, back in the 70s and 80s, and everything was fine in the 70s and 80s, but 30 years later, we're on the hook for it. So the idea that the ratepayers and the taxpayers in 2050, are they going to be on the hook for it? So we won't be here, except maybe Jack, but the idea that we're here to try to protect everybody in perpetuity. It's a good idea, and don't get me wrong, it's a great idea, and the idea of the next. I'm just concerned about the out years when we start taking on these properties, and we really don't accommodate for the ongoing maintenance of them. So, I will reluctantly support this. I guess, but it doesn't matter. But then we'll talk about how it works. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other lights on, so please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, when you have a moment, please, item 21, please.
Yes, item number 21 is adoption of a resolution declaring the City Council's intention to vacate Blacks Beach Street and a portion of Windansea Street and set a public hearing for January 7th, 2015 at 6 p.m. in the City Council chambers to consider ordering the vacation.
Thank you very much. Scott, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, council members, this item is the intention to set a public hearing to vacate public right-of-way associated with the FedEx ground facility that was recently approved. And the public hearing date is January 7th, 2015. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. State sidebar, please. Public?
No public.
Take it back to the council. Deputy Mayor.
Move adoption of the resolution.
Second. Thank you. And no further lights, please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, same thing, 22 when you get a moment.
Yes, item number 22 is introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 40 of the Oceanside City Code, Urban Runoff Management and Discharge Control Ordinance, to reflect changes to the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board permit regarding urban discharge prohibitions.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mo. How are you?
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Welcome again to the recently elected City Council. Welcome and congratulations. I'm here tonight I have about 7 slides, and I'll try to make it very brief. But this is about the amendment of a ordinance that we have. I've been with the city for 11 years, and this ordinance is old as the number of years that I've been with the city. So, and I'll explain in a minute why we have to amend this ordinance. To give you a little bit of regulatory background, The Cali PA branch in San Diego, which is called Regional Water Quality Control Board, adopted a what we call a fancy name, MS4, which stands for Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System in a layman term. That's basically controlling our discharges from our storm drain system. That has this complicated name called MS4 system. And that was adopted by regional board on May of last year. And the major goal of this permit, which is again is a federal permit, is to protect the water quality and designated beneficial uses of waters of the state of California, which in this city we do have a lot of surface water, beaches, creeks and rivers and all that. And I just also want to let you know that this permit was not only given to the city of Oceanside, every city, all 18 cities in this county are under the same permit. So we call ourselves co-permittees, City of San Diego, and in fact county is under the same permit too. So total of 21 entity, including Airport Authority and Fourth District. So we're not the only target. I guess that's what I'm trying to convey. The permit requires that jurisdictions like us effectively prohibit the non-stormwater discharges into our storm drain system and reduce pollutants to the stormwater discharges. And I highlighted non-stormwater because that's, when the storm comes, it comes. That is not supposed to carry pollutants with it. The non-stormwater, this permit has a lot of emphasis on, meaning that on a non-rainy season, all our storm drain system basically in Southern California should be dry. Should be no water coming out of our storm drain system when we're in a dry period. If there is any water in there, that's what they're questioning. Why the water is there, where is it coming from, and what is it carrying? So that's why what we call that non-stormwater discharges. And again, they don't have any tolerance for these storm drain system in a non-rainy season to have discharge. And under this permit, jurisdiction like us, we must reduce and eliminate urban discharges into the city receiving water. Again, when I say receiving water, it could be our San Luis River, creeks that we have, 3 of them, and our ocean, and if there is any lake. The Chapter 40 that we currently have actually has been, as I said, as old as number of years that I've been with the city, effectively implement the requirements of this federal permit and enforces the permit prohibition, which I'll give you the highlight of some of these prohibitions. Again, I'm going to give you a little bit of comparison between the old permit and the new permit and why we have to revise our Chapter 40 ordinance, which is basically an enforcement tool that we have. The old permit allowed the reduction of pollutants to the receiving water to the maximum extent practicable. And that term basically means do your best. That's what the old permit said. Do your best. But now the party is over. The new one says completely prohibit discharge from the following 3 categories of non-stormwater discharges: landscape irrigation, irrigation water, and lawn watering. And please note that this does not say that you cannot water your lawn. You cannot irrigate. Yes, you can do that. Continue doing that. But your water that leaves your site should not carry any pollutants with it. And that's the key. So people get confused. They think, oh, we can't water anymore. No, you can continue. All the landscape districts, all the residential can do that. That the water, if it leaves your site, should not carry any pollutants. And also, under this permit, the implementation of best management practices, BMPs as we refer to it, are required for the 3 categories of non-stormwater, again, discharges. I'm emphasizing non-stormwater. Individual residential vehicle washing, car washing, air conditioning, condensate, and swimming pool discharges. And let me clarify a little bit here because people would just say, oh gee, I can't wash my car anymore. Yes, you can wash your car, you can discharge your swimming pool, but those discharges should not carry pollutants to the storm drain system. You may say how? For example, on swimming pool, when you discharge it, it should not have any chlorine in it, not any other pollutants. So chlorine is pollutant in their category. Chlorine, yes. And then I'll maybe give you an example of the first one. You can wash your vehicle with the soap, and all the metal that comes from your tires, from your car, should not go to the storm drain. So how do you do that? The best management practice is direct it to your landscape area. Don't let it go to the storm drain. Or use maybe some soap that is not detrimental to the environment. But we are not prohibiting, for example, car washing in residential right now. Although one city in our county prohibits that, and that's Solana Beach. We are not there yet, but stay tuned. It'll come to your neighborhood very soon. I'm just, understand how those guys thinking. Okay, give you some other non-stormwater discharges that these are not the categories that are allowed under this new permit. If you divert the stream flow, rising groundwater, sometimes the groundwater rises and people have to take that water, otherwise you're going to have landslides or other disasters. And uncontaminated groundwater infiltration to a storm drain flows from riparian habitat and wetlands. Potable water sources, springs. In this town, we do have a lot of springs, by the way, folks. And then foundation and footing drainage located above groundwater table. Again, if it's below groundwater table, then that needs a special permit. But if you're pumping above groundwater table, it's allowed. But again, I'll put a little note at the bottom. It doesn't mean that it's allowed, it can carry the pollutants either. No. You have to take the pollutant out. And let me give you a good example of number 2, rising groundwater. We do have communities here that the groundwater is rising and they have to constantly pump to prevent any kind of flooding of their units or say landslide. But we're saying those water that you pump, you should not have any pollutants in it when you discharge. So that's the catch. And my last slide basically, the new changes and proposed languages for the city of Chapter 40 ordinance reflects all these prohibitions that I described. And again, we're not the only city that revising our ordinances in response to this permit. Every city is going to do it, but I think we just didn't want to wait to be blamed later on. And if you have any question, I'll be available. Thank you for your time.
Mo.
Thank you.
Mo, one quick question, will you please weigh up something? This is mandatory, right?
Yes, these are all federal mandates that was trickled down to the state, Cali, PA, down to us.
I want you to confirm that for ladies and gentlemen here in the audience on TV. They aren't going to like this one. How about, again, for people who have our farmland in Laurel Hills, any issues out there?
Yes, thanks for asking, Mayor. That's a good question. Actually, farmers were always, has been to this point, always exempt. But now the state, as we speak, I'm sure there are some farm representatives out here.
Yes,
as we speak right now, the state is writing a special permit for them to deal with their, what we call tailwater and irrigation water.
Thank you, Mo. I realize when we vote for this, there'll be people in the audience and at home who won't like this. This is a mandate from the higher authority. People, young teenagers don't have to wash their car in their driveways and a few other things. They won't like this at all. However, I want to make sure you said, with all your conversation and your highlights, this is a mandate issue.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we get a lot of those. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a seat at sidebar for right now. Public on this?
No public.
Back to the council. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Mayor, you've already asked and gotten confirmation that this is a mandate, federal law. But in terms of what this does for our region, we have been in a drought for a while. And it is going to be going out into the future. Our responsibility is to try to get the cost for providing water to our citizens here in Oceanside at the lowest possible responsible. And we are also charged for making plans into the future for affordable water. In doing that, we also are looking very keenly at recycled water, at desal, and this all kind of makes sense in that if we're going to be doing that, we're looking at all of these things to try to make water the most affordable and to be able to provide this water to all of our citizens, then we have to also be looking at the quality of that water, that recycled water, of what is happening. We've have asked our residents, and it has been, asking to conserve as much water, to not overwater, and this is, kind of what we're talking about is the overwatering. I want to make sure that we understand and that the public understands, and especially me, that when we approach people who have been, who in fact look like they are in violation, that they in fact have notice of that this is happening, that they are given an opportunity to fix it before any kind of penalties are assessed. Mo, is that correct? Could you turn your mic on? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm very loud usually. You're absolutely correct. Our approach is not to hammer people first time.
Yes.
We educate, and then we hope that people will follow the awareness that we try to pass on to them. And if they do not comply with our education approach, then that will be enforcement next.
Okay,
Yeah.
I want to make sure that people understand that.
Yeah.
So we can look at this as the glass half full or glass half empty, as and I know some of we've discussed this in the past, unfunded type mandates. If we can look at this in terms of how it's going to positively impact our ability to provide that water as we go forward on these projects that we're very excited about in becoming more and more independent from the Water Authority and the Met, then this is something that hopefully we'll be able to understand, we'll be able to embrace, and we'll be able to look towards the future. So I'm going to go ahead and move that we introduce this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and second on that. Thank you very much. And public, where is I know Mr. Kern's here. Mr. Kern, your turn. I'm sorry, Councilmember Kern.
Yeah, I want to go back to the enforcement of this issue, the idea that actually AB 540 years ago prohibited you from washing your car in your driveway. You can wash your car on your lawn because the water went off your car onto your lawn. It goes back to the enforcement of this. What's the procedure? I mean, are we going to, where do we evaluate what's coming out of it or going into the storm drain? Obviously, say if irrigation water runs off, but there's no pollutants, there's no violation. So if you see somebody overwatering their lawn, and you see the water run into the street, and it goes down into the street, but there's no, like fertilizer or anything else on it, are they okay?
Well, again, it has to be proved that we have to also prove to the state that doesn't have anything, and that does not carry any potential pollutants. Usually the residential over-irrigation has nutrients in the runoff, which is fertilizer, and bacteria, which is from pet waste. That they just assuming that all this over-irrigation from the lawn, even if they don't apply fertilizer, the decomposition of the material on the glass itself will have a lot of nutrients, and it will carry the stuff into the storm drain. So we do actually have a program throughout the city now that we spend a lot of time and resources and money that we test this water that come out of these storm drains only on dry season again. And usually when we see the water exceeds the limit, then one of our jobs is to do CSI, basically, crime scene investigator, and we go upstream and find out what the source is. And once we find the source, we try to talk to people again to ask them to eliminate it. And we do a lot of that. It's a lot of our resources is spent on what we call illicit discharges, illicit connections.
Okay, because I have people in my neighborhood that actually water their lawns like at 2 in the morning. They're on automatic sprinklers. They come on at 2. They go off at 2:20, 2:30. By the time the morning comes, all the water is gone. And that was my follow-up question. At what point do we check it? Do we check it when it comes out of the storm drain before it goes in the ocean, or do we have monitors in different points? Right, actually backtrack and find out at least what part of the city this is coming from.
Well, right now, we test the water that comes out of this main storm drain system. Anything that is running during non-rainy season, we test. But then if we find a limit, it exceeds in that, then we'll go upstream and find out if there is any evidence of runoff that is coming to that drain network. And that's our job. It's kind of complicated, but we do, again, not going to go to every house and take a sample from what they come out. We just go to the end point where the storm drain is daylighting and is coming out to the receiving water, creek or even open drainage. Doesn't have to be creek even sometimes. But then we have a lot of responsibility to go upstream and find out what the source is. And then as Councilwoman Esther Sanchez mentioned, that we need to educate these people first. And again, we're going to do a lot of education this coming next 4 years to tell people, please do not over-fertilize and do not over-irrigate and pick up after your pet.
Well, and the other side, on the commercial side, I've seen people pressure wash their sidewalks, and that water runs in the back storm drain. I know that's not supposed to happen, but people do that. So whether we find out those people or who they are, but a lot of people will do that. You can't do that now because it's drought. Don't use water on any concrete. So anyway, thank you, Mo. I just wanted to get that straightened out, because the idea that we need compliance for the people at home. I mean, we are trying to get there. These regulations are mandated. I know it's a change of lifestyle about watering and not watering, and check your sprinklers and things like that, but I will support the motion.
Councilmember Feller, please.
Thank you. It's lots more rules, huh? That's just what government should be doing, is giving lots of rules. I think one thing that is important is we got to start at home with our own responsibilities, such as landscape maintenance throughout all of the city, wherever that water is running off. And it's not only running off, it's tearing up our roads, and so I even now, after all the talk about the drought, and the water's still running across the roads freely, which means we're either overwatering or it's nice to have green parkways, but I think we definitely need to consider that. And that that goes for the school grounds and all of that. So I would say that part of your mission to implement these rules should be to be going to our own staff, our own contracts with landscapers that take care of these. But we got to start at home before we start knocking the residents in the head.
Councilman Jack Feller, you brought a very good point, and that's what when we educate, over irrigation has 4 side effects. Not only waste of water, number 2, slip and fall, because if it runs all the time, it grows some kind of algae growth, and people have had accidents. Number 3, as I mentioned, it will carry pollutants with it. And number 4, our public works people constantly have to fix potholes that are created by runoff, because runoff will disaggregate the asphalt and it creates a pothole. So those are the 4 side effects when we talk to people, and that was a great point that you brought up.
Mr. City Attorney, please.
I'll go ahead and title the ordinance before you vote on its introduction. There was a second to the motion, correct?
Correct, Mayor.
This is an introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending Chapter 40 of the Oceanside City Code relating to urban runoff and discharge control regulations.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I know you're certain ones. We're going to go with the public hearing right now, item 31. After that, we'll go the ones that are council items. I think some of you are here for. So if we could go with item number 31, please, public hearing.
Yes, item number 31 is council member call for review, adoption of a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution number 2014-P24, approving tentative track map T14-0001, development plan D13-00012, and regular coastal permit RC13-00016 for the construction of 2 additional condominium units on a newly created 3rd floor of an existing 4-unit condominium complex at 809 South Pacific Street, applicant Strands Unlimited, LLC. And this public hearing was conducted on 11/19/2014, and the item is continued to 12/3/2014 pursuant to Oceanside City Code 2.1.34.
Before I go forward, real quick, if I may, this item has already been before us, and I closed the public hearing, so we should hear more comments. I have a decision. I can open it up again and hear from speakers, but I'd open it up and have to open it to both sides. So I'm going to let the city attorney explain what's necessary on this. We've already discussed this and had a public hearing on it. That was closed back to the council to vote. So there's technicalities. I'm willing to open up for a few speakers on both sides. Please, sir.
Mayor and Council, I think you've accurately stated it, Mayor. This item, the public hearing has already been conducted. The vote on the project was 2-2, and so under our city code, that automatically moves the item to the next council meeting, which is today, for a decision. I have been contacted by the applicant who indicated that there are some additional speakers who were unable to speak last time. Our city code allows the mayor to reopen the public hearing in his discretion, provided though that notice is provided to the opponents of the project. I believe Ms. Kramer was the only speaker in opposition to the project. At the public hearing, I have spoken with her and advised her that there is a request pending, and should you reopen the public hearing, Mayor, she, of course, and any other speaker would have the right to speak for 3 minutes.
Thank you for that. How about the staff? We don't need here to go through this again, just strictly open it up for the public hearing.
No, it was a preliminary matter, though. Councilmember Lowry was not here for the first public hearing, so we should get disclosures and from Councilmember Lowry, as well as a statement about that he was present at the last public hearing and heard all of the testimony.
And I have to do my disclosures too, because I was not at the original one, so I have to disclose.
Thank you. We'll get disclosures from the council members, and I'll throw it to you, Mr. Lowry. Please help him out.
Thank you. I was present at the last council meeting, and I heard all of the presentation, the public hearing involving this item, and I heard all the testimony and the various comments that took place. I also reviewed the existing staff reports and all supporting documents, and this is in my neighborhood, so I took a bike ride down and took a look at that property. So I'm familiar with this item.
Thank you.
I reviewed the material, I talked to people, the public, and I talked to the applicant, and I've been past the site.
Do we need the staff report now?
You don't need the staff. We've already had the staff report. If the council wishes to hear it again, I would recommend you just go straight to the speakers if you're going to reopen the hearing.
I'm going to do for Russ. And Russ, I appreciate you being here for that, but I don't think we need it again, but I will open this public hearing.
Mr. Mayor?
And take comments. Yes, sir.
If we could get Russ just to quickly tell us what this project is for everybody that's watching.
Richard.
You know, how many units it is and that kind of stuff.
That's fine. Russ, we appreciate that. I had to stay here that long and have you not talk, so go right ahead.
This is Richard. Commander Greenbauer.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, Honorable Mayor Wood, Deputy Mayor Sanchez. I'm Richard Greenbauer, Senior Planner in the Planning Division. I'll be real brief, just a overview of the existing and what's proposed for 809 South Pacific, and then I'll make myself available for any questions. With that, I've provided a little overview of the zoning for the surrounding blocks, including the blocks to the east, to the south. You can see it's residential tourist, RT, and with a block of C1, neighborhood commercial to the immediately to the east and to the north of the project site, and then South Strand to the north. The blue star denotes the project under consideration this evening. And so the slide I've prepared here for the community and the members of the council this evening shows the existing 4-unit condominium complex that exists with 2 stories, over garage, and a rooftop deck. Total square footage of that structure is 10,483 square feet. It includes 18 bedrooms and 16 bathrooms and provides 10 parking spaces in the garage underneath the 2 stories. The max height currently exists as 27 feet. With the exception of the portions that are 10% of the floor area, providing for elevator access to the rooftop deck, which exists at 35 feet. The proposal would add 2 condominium units, making a total of 6 units. That would be 3 stories over garage, a total square footage of 15,091 square feet, a total of 24 bedrooms, 22 bathrooms, and 12 parking spaces provided on site. So with that, that presents the kind of the overview of what's existing proposed for the site, and I'll make myself available for any questions.
Russ, thank you. Have a seat sidebar, please. What did I say? I'm sorry. Russ is a good-looking guy. Sorry. With that, we've heard from, Councilman Tubby, you have your lights on for...
At this time, we'll allow the applicant to come forward.
I've opened it up again so we have speakers.
I may try to keep this very short because I don't want to take up too much time. And I was going to have a longer PowerPoint presentation, but maybe I can just use this, Russ. I'm sorry. Hey there. This may be a little bit easier. David Fishbach, representing one of the partners of Transcend LLC. The best I can hope for is I've made arrangements with our Carolyn Kramer to get together and take a walk around, and I was hoping we'd be able to do that probably tomorrow. And also Chuck, I was hoping to meet with him before and take you on a little tour and around the neighborhood. And I only ask you to keep an open mind, and I think the biggest issue that I heard, I wanted to read it from the council members, was that really we built these vacation rentals with too many bedrooms and too few parking spaces. So I wanted to address that. And again, I'd like the opportunity, if like Carolyn, if I really can't convince her that we're a real advocate for the community, then when we come back, kill us then. What I show you on here, that's when, in 2004, when 809 was built, and those 4 projects, I'll turn the page, when we took them on, there was 2 total off-street parking spaces. Again, not to believe just so we have it, we have created 33 off-site parking spaces with what we've created so far. I then took this, and again, just for ease, I took the number of bedrooms, but I added in additional because people say when you have a vacation rental, they can sleep in the living rooms. So I put them in addition, so that there is possible sleeping spaces. It's probably inappropriate to call them all bedrooms, but just so I understate the case rather than overstate. So we've, on those projects, have 82 bedrooms with a total of 33 off-street parking spaces, which is about 2.5 bedroom per parking space. Across the street is the best example, and I put the number of, and again on the low side, the first one here is 6 bedrooms. They're all 1-bedroom condos. very nice people live across the street. The next one is 7 one-bedrooms. As far as I can tell, I've talked to most of those. They're all one-bedrooms that I know of. This one is 6 one-bedrooms. The next house is the one next door has 2 units, and I think there are 2 units in each one, 2 bedrooms in each one. There may be 3 in one of them. I couldn't verify that. And the last one may have significantly more bedrooms, but I wanted to be on the low side. So anyway, right now, if you add those up, there's 27 bedrooms. When I take Chuck, hopefully, and I also take Carolyn, there's only 3 available parking spaces. So there's 9 bedrooms for available parking spaces across the street. And I use that because when we take a tour, how do you know whether they're all locked with locks on them because they're used for storage, long-term rentals. I have the long-term renters and they need it for storage. So, recognizing we really need beach parking and it's always up at the beach, and even during the winter time. So I took this picture, and it's pretty standard, and the street is filled with cars. That's on the left-hand side here, that's looking on the west side of the street, and this one is looking on the east side, and we're full. I can verify that none of those cars are vacation rentals. Why are there so many? Well, if those 27 bedrooms, even if they just have 1 car per bedroom, and they only have 3 parking spaces available, there's going to be 20 plus cars on the street. I put this on here. The vacation renters are not the ones taking the on-street parking. When you go on vacation, and I'm sure I was going to use the example, Mayor Wood, even if you take you and your wife, you take 1 car when you go on vacation, whereas when you're at home, you have both cars or you both need a place to drive. And we all need storage, and when you only have a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom place where you live, you need to use most of your garage for storage. I've chatted with I've chatted with some people when I was going around. They said, "Would you like to rent my home?" And they have beautiful people, beautiful homes across the street. They've really decorated it nice. The husband and wife in the 1-bedroom, they both work. They both have cars. They're in a 1-bedroom, and they need their garage for storage, which they're using it for, which they're entitled to. If we take that on as a vacation rental, and this is one of the things I really want you to think about, and they move up to Utah, and we say, okay, you can come back 1 week a year. You can come back and use it as a vacation rental. That's a perk, of us managing it. They're going to move all their stuff out of there. Vacation renters carry 2 bags with them maybe. They don't need to have storage. They want their car in a garage. So that garage is available to put their car in. So if we take that on the next day, we take 2 cars off the street for the whole time that we're renting out as a vacation rental. And you have the opportunity to, not only do we bring people to the beach by having a place to stay as an Oceanside resident, and you also, by having a vacation rental there, we are generating parking spaces for those where you are not staying overnight. And I also want to, this is the last thing that I wanted to hit, thank you for the time, is people think that these are very expensive. We have a lot of Oceanside residents who stay with us. And there are dynamic pricing for going on, but anybody who's in the audience, I hope you would go on our website, beachfrontonly.com. I don't make this an advertisement, but I checked today, and we are less expensive for the next 2 weeks. If you need to rent a 3-bedroom place, or bigger, 4 or 5, we're $50 per bedroom per night. So if you have a 3-bedroom place, we're $150 a night. You can't get 3 bedrooms in a Motel 6 for that. And just so you all know, look on our front page the specials, because we have for Oceanside residents an additional 10% off because we want to encourage our local residents to stay with us. Very good. I'll stop there.
I mean, it's not a 20 minutes like last time. It's really 3 minutes, but I want to give you more time to address it, but try to wind it down.
I will wind it down. I would just request, if you may, so that you can verify what I'm saying, I honestly believe we have the same goal. We would, every time you give us a chance to build one of these vacation rentals, we can create additional on-street parking for the residents who live inland. In addition, we can provide access for the people who live in Oceanside and outside the state for a beautiful new place to stay right on the beach. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We're going to open up this public hearing to comment from the public. I have members of the public who are turning blue forms to speak, so I'm going to call the first individuals who've called, who've brought these blue forms to me, and then after that anyone can come up to speak. So at this time, I would like to invite Paul Longtop to come forward.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. I signed up to speak because we weren't sure how much time David Fishbach was going to get, just in case he needed a tag team partner to complete this statement. That was going to be mine, so thank you.
Next we have Mary Azevedo.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Mary Azevedo. I am an Oceanside resident, and yes, I am a registered lobbyist with the City of Oceanside. I'm here this evening in support of item number 31809 South Pacific Street. But what I would ask is, I think that to be fair to the applicant, to the opponents of the project, to the proponents, and also to the council members, new council member Chuck Lowry, and to Jerry Kern, who was not here for the public hearing, that I would ask that you reopen this public hearing, renotice it, and schedule it for a later date, and give everyone an opportunity, as David had suggested, to tour the property and hear the rest of the information. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next we have Suzanne Sully-Sullivan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed members of the council, and congratulations, Chuck. Nice to see you. I am a local area realtor, fourth generation in this area since 1976. I've been selling in Carlsbad and Oceanside, and I specialize in the coast. I opened up an office on the corner of Cleveland and Wisconsin back when no one would even turn down Wisconsin to come down and look at some of the properties that I had. Along that area of strip of the coast, there was a lot of interesting behavior going on, and it detracted quite a bit from my ability to sell Oceanside as a viable opportunity in real estate for quite some time, until the improvements that have been made that are just really quite incredible for what is offered as a vacation rental properties. And I would have to invite you, and I would love to tour all of you and have this continued so that you can actually see, pull your cars into these tandem parking places and look at the before pictures and look at what's going on now, and why there are all these breweries coming into town and restaurants and shops that before 2 years ago, the people that are in those now and bringing their money into this area, they wouldn't have stepped foot in this town, you know, in that specific region. It was a little scary. So I can speak to that clearly because I was, you know, showing property down there. And so I would just recommend that you guys come on down and we'll have a little open house. We can look at that whole strip, and I'd be happy to be in service to you in that regard.
This is a public hearing item. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this specific item may come forward to address the council for 3 minutes.
Good evening, council, mayor.
in public. Carolyn Kramer, runner for Leonard Avenue, representing myself, Sherry Mackin, and Citizens for the Preservation of Parks and Beaches. And Mr. Fishbach, there is no need to meet. Some of the things that you mentioned today is just not what is actually there. The cumulative impacts to this entire neighborhood that Mr. Fishbach owns, the entire block, minus one condo project on the corner of Wisconsin and South Pacific Street. The impacts that is imposed on this neighborhood as far as parking is just, I don't even have words for it. I mean, Pacific Street in itself on a summer day is impacted just with normal beach users, but now you're adding more bedrooms and there's going to be requiring more parking. Tandem parking and projects with lifts in it are not convenient for people to park in, and they will not use them. They will be on the street and be using street parking that should be used. They're the public too, they have a right to use it, but you're putting another impact on that street. So the accumulation and the cumulative impact in this one portion of Oceanside neighborhood is tremendous. Just driving by there today, and it may not be 809, but they are owned by Mr. Fishbach. The garage doors were open. They're not used as garages. What's in there are beds, extra beds, propane tanks. That's what's being in those garages. There's no cars in there. There is a car couldn't park in there if they wanted to. As to advertising, yes, Mr. Fishbach does advertise, and they are advertised as luxurious beachfront vacation rentals. Nothing wrong with it, but they are advertised as luxurious. And yes, you may be low in the season right now, but it is off season. And more power to you if you can get people to use the beach on a rainy day. It's beautiful down there, even in the rain. As for Ms. Azevedo public hearing and bringing this back, this is a public hearing and it was properly noticed as a public hearing, so I don't see any reason to go any further with this. What he has now on Pacific Street is sufficient. He already has projects that have been approved by a prior council. I don't think we need any more. So today I drove to San Diego and filed with the California Coastal Commission 3 appeals on the projects that were formally approved by the previous council. So I respectfully, Sherry Mackin and myself, Citizens for Preservation of Parks and Beaches, respectfully request that you deny Mr. Fishbach's request. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on this specific item may come forward this time.
Mr. Clerk, I'll go ahead and close this public hearing. Again, come back to the council. I appreciate the comments. We gave extra time. We reopened this again. I closed it. I don't plan on continuing this. Get input from the council right now. We'll start off with Councilmember Feller, please.
Thank you. In that general area, I would venture to say probably 80 to 90% of the people that live there are renters. And I would say the homeowners that may live there are probably thankful for the upgrade that Dr. Fishbach and his groups have done there. The places across the street, some of them look, they're old. I understand why people store in their garage. I think we all do it, but in this area where you need parking, I think we are just totally disregarding the facts about one-car garages, even throughout the whole of South Oceanside and west of I-5. One-car garages create people parking on their streets everywhere in South Oceanside, including, homes up on the hill, all over. And that's what is the real problem here. These are outstanding units. I toured this particular unit on a holiday home tour one year, and it's, you know, it is luxurious. And I think people pay for that, and they also pay higher prices for brewery drinks. I mean, I don't drink, so I don't know what you even get charged for a beer at Bagby's or whatever you call it, something else, I suppose. But these people pay a lot of money that are coming into our downtown, and Sully was right about that. The reason they're coming is because we've offered them some great things. The thing I'd leave you with is this is really a cash cow for Oceanside, because we actually get somewhere around $1 million a year from vacation rentals, just from what Dr. Fishbach has done. And to cut your nose off to spite your face, especially the way the economy, I would suspect, will be going in the next 2 or 3 years, you're crazy to cut your nose off to spite your face. And this was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission already. So this is, you know, these are people that we trust to plan almost everything else in the city. Staff recommended it because it falls within all the rules that have been put on the table at this time. Again, we're back to more rules, but we have followed all the rules, and I'm just I would at this point move adoption of the resolution.
Have a second? I will second, but I have one quick question first, if I may. And I'm going to ask of Councilmember Lowry if you have sufficient information to make your decision today, or would you like to continue this and meet with Mr. Fishbach and tour the site?
I've been thinking about this, and I would like to take this completely away and evaluate the city regulations so that we don't have to have meetings like this on a regular basis for projects that are coming in that, you know, meet our current regulations. I don't understand why we have regulations that don't require some nominal amount of parking. I tried to get that information and couldn't get it before.
Actually, this one does meet all the criteria.
Yeah, I agree with that. I understand that it meets all the criteria, but at this point, I think that it does not respect the existing neighborhood, and that we have only so much space to develop down there, and I would like to see him develop properties that fit in with the neighborhood. I'm not talking about more little apartments with every garage turned into storage units. Okay. I would like to see more of what he's suggesting that he do on that property. I would just like it to be more accommodating to the neighborhood as it exists already, and anticipate in the future having regulations that would require that, so that we don't have to think about it in a council meeting.
Okay. Well, I guess the answer to my question is you have enough information to make a decision, and you would not want to continue it and make the tour. Okay. That's why I just wanted to accommodate you. I've taken the tour. I've seen the site. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't want to put you on the spot and say, okay, you got to make this quick decision. I will second the motion. I mean, the idea that even a couple of the things that Councilmember Lowry brought up, this does meet all our criteria. You know, the idea, that's why the Planning Commission approved it 7-0. And we talk about character of the neighborhood. This is the character of the neighborhood. This is the correct zoning for that neighborhood. You know, this is the correct use for that. It's residential tourism. So the idea that it's not something that's new, and actually when we talk about the character of the neighborhood, this is the character of the neighborhood now. You know, this is what that block is right now. So there's nothing changing. So I'm going to support Councilmember Feller's motion, because I think it's a good project. The economic impact is good for us, and I think when we talk about Now, if this was something, some other neighborhood, and it's going to come in as a one-off thing, I probably wouldn't support it. But this is just another one of those items down there that actually that we bring tourism in. So we're going to have to generate money in the next few years to pay our salaries for our public employees, and so we're looking for revenue sources if we're going to give raises and we're going to give increased benefits, or we're going to increase the number of personnel. So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to pay for that. And this is one of those items that will help pay for that. So with that, I will support Councilmember Feller's motion. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I do have the opportunity, I will be making a motion that would be to overturn the Planning Commission's decision and deny this project. The developer actually, in his presentation, actually supports my concerns regarding this project, and that is the cumulative impacts. And Ms. Kramer started off with that, cumulative impacts. We're talking about 82 bedrooms and almost the same number of bathrooms on 4 small lots. 4 small lots. This is not about whether vacation rentals are good for the city or bad for the city. I have been supporting vacation rentals for the last 14 years. What I am against is ruining the character of the community, as well as, and of Oceanside, as well as not mitigating for all these horrendous impacts. I again, and I want to incorporate my comments from the last meeting and the meeting before that, address the other 3 such, huge, monstrous projects. These impacts are not being addressed. I don't see a parking plan. Where would they park? And I suggest that when you have that many bedrooms and bathrooms, you're not talking about one family. You're talking about a lot of unrelated adults, and they're all driving separately to the destination. Or if they get there by public transit, they certainly are going out to rent a car. And we don't have a traffic plan. We don't have a parking plan. We don't have sidewalks. We don't even have a pedestrian, plan. This is on the beach. This is the public beach. We provide the maximum possible access to our beaches. So I believe that this is a huge impact to our public access, to our public views. I believe that this is not what we intended at all when we talked about having vacation rentals or having an RT zone. This certainly, as you add on all of the, 4 lots having 82 bedrooms, we're really talking about a motel situation. And there is no way that that kind of commercial enterprise would be allowed to have, very few parking spots. There's just no way. And no on-site kind of plan, like a valet or something, parking. And where would they go? To a city lot down the street? There would have to be 24/7 requirement that they have this kind of a plan that would be inspected and approved by the city. So not having any of those things, I believe that this in fact is violates several of our policies of the city, and that would be my motion to deny. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and take a vote on this first one, but ladies and gentlemen, I won't go on a long dissertation about why I said no last time, but I think the Deputy Mayor pretty well handled it. We don't fix the problem down there by saying let's have even more living quarters without parking. It's kind of a let's not continue to do it more and more and more down the line. I'm not saying that he doesn't do wonderful locations on the beach, but like I say, this is generally a hotel type situation. 82 rooms, let's face it, ladies and gentlemen. What I said last time, without going into great details, would you want to live next door? And that concerns me. It is on the beach, and it has always been a parking problem in every community. It's a beach city. It's always problems parking. This is only this best. Well, let's say it's a problem. Let's stop it at that and say, for the first motion, do you have that? And a second, please. I know I have a second motion, but please vote on it. The first motion.
First motion, no.
Motion fails, 2-3.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that we overturn the planning commission's decision and deny this project. In addition, one other thing that I wanted to bring up is that I believe that these negative impacts negatively also impacts the surrounding property values, which, you know, as we've seen, people leave, the property value is lower, we get less income. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, sir.
Can I be heard?
Excuse me, sir. Sorry?
Mayor and Council, assuming this vote, this motion passes, I'll need to return to the Council with a resolution, because the only resolution in front of you now with findings is to approve, so we'll have to incorporate the comments that were made at this meeting and the prior meeting, and draft findings and bring that back to you at your next meeting. That'll be on the consent agenda.
Thank you. I second the motion. Thank you. Did you get that, Mr. Clerk? Thank you. I no lights on for discussion. Please vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Kernan Feller, no.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's time and input. And with that, I know it's getting a little later and it's a rainy, cool night. Mr. Clerk, could do item number 32, please.
Yes, item number 32 is request by Mayor Wood to amend Oceanside City Code Section 2.1.65 and related council policies to make the deputy mayor position a mayoral appointment subject to council confirmation.
Thank you very much. And this may be out of order in some sense, but I'll go ahead and take it now. Past practices of the mayor under general law city made the decisions for who he appointed to these positions. That was changed by the previous council to make it a rotation by numbers. I think it's the job of the mayor when he's not here to appoint somebody that he thinks is going to handle things in his general understanding or direction. And when we rotate that, that doesn't happen per se. I think it is the mayor's choice to pick somebody and say, when I'm gone, I appreciate this person would be handling things that I think would be in my best interest along with the city's best interest. That's simple. That's just how it is. They changed it when we went to a charter city. Tonight I'm going to make a motion on some of the things I've changed for the positions throughout the city and assignments. On this particular one for deputy mayor, I also want to make the decision that if it doesn't handle tonight, even though we get a voting majority, we have to bring it back to change some of the policies of the city. We'll be happy to do that in a future council meeting. With that, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'd like to see this that has the mayor's authority to appoint the deputy mayor, changing from the policy we have this particular time. I think the city attorney and staff are aware of what I'm trying to do. If there's complications about changing the policy and it has to come back at a later date and time, that's one thing. The other thing is, Mr. Mullen, you had addressed this with me. I hope I covered that property. I know you wanted to address some things, and I appreciate your input, but we'll have a vote on it tonight.
I'll second your motion, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mullen.
Yeah, I don't actually have any comments. I'm happy to take your direction. If you'd like to amend the ordinance or give me direction, I could amend it and bring it back to your next meeting.
Thank you very much. With that, that is my motion. I have a second on it now. Discussion. Back to council. Deputy Mayor, your lights are on, or is that just for the motion?
Just for the motion.
Thank you very much. I see none, and with that, go ahead and public on this at all?
No public comment.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Kernan Feller, no.
Thank you very much. Item number 33, if you got the time.
Yes, item number 33 is request by Mayor Wood for annual review and appointment of council members to boards, commissions, and committees.
Thank you very much. On the same item, I put out a draft a week ahead of time for everybody to see it. And with that, I would make a motion that we approve that draft for the appointments to regional and local appointments to committees and commissions.
Second.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll open the lights, and I see one from Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I have no problem with any of these, the majority rules, and that's, the result of the election. I have no problem with Mr. Lowry being deputy mayor and all the internal ones. Two things I'd like you to think about, and maybe we can bring this back at a later time. The delegation to go to Washington, D.C., in reality, there's been a big shift in D.C. this last election cycle. And most of the people up there now, it's a huge Republican majority. So I think the city may be better served if we had people of that party to go back and talk to the people of that actually control the purse strings. I think we're at better advantage to do that. I'm not going to make any changes on that one tonight. I just something to think about in the next coming months, because you guys usually don't go back to what, February, something like that.
February, March.
Yeah. So, when they start putting the bills in the hopper, that we may be better served to have at least one person with an R behind their name to go talk to all the people that control the purse strings. But that's something to decide at a later date. The only one I really have a concern with is the Water Authority. I know it's not going to be me, but I would rather have Brian Boyle there than Councilmember Sanchez. She's notoriously late. She doesn't show up. She's very disrespectful of people's time. And there's a lot of things going on at the Water Authority right now that are very, very important. It has a very steep learning curve. We're talking about capacity charges. We're talking about bringing Poseidon online. We're talking about the lawsuit with Metropolitan Water District. So there's a lot of information out there that's going to take a very steep learning curve to understand. And you got to show up. That's the one thing that I'm very concerned about, is her not showing up to those meetings. And there's a meeting at 7:30 in the morning every Wednesday before the Water Authority meeting at RenCon, that we talk with the North County managers and representatives, so we can actually have a formulated strategy to how to deal with San Diego and Otay. And we're talking about the capacity charges that San Diego and Otay Water District are talking about rolling off of the Water Authority. Otay is looking to have a desalination plant down in Rosarito and get water from them. And San Diego, on their indirect potable reuse project, they're looking to roll partially off of the Water District, and the capacity charges and who pays for that is very, very important, very, very complicated. So that's my only concern. So I hopefully we can reconsider that and maybe monitor that. If she doesn't show up to those meetings, that we'll need to reevaluate that and get a new representative. So thank you.
Thank you for your input on that. Councilmember Lowry, please.
I just want to address the part of the item about returning the mayor's responsibilities. I think it's critical that we consider what the voters actually do when they elect someone, and the mayor had already been in that position when he was reelected 2 years ago. And to change the structure of what the mayor does because the council majority changes, I don't think that's what we're supposed to be doing here. So I think that this kind of vote is a housekeeping item. It's not a political agenda or something like that. I don't like to think like that. I just like to think of keeping things in order, and I would like to restore that order that we've had here traditionally for the mayor's position, whoever the mayor is. I think they take the responsibility seriously, and we still, as a city council, want to support the mayor doing the job that we've elected him to do. So I support the restoration of the mayor's responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. Councilman Keller, please.
Mayor, I sent you an email yesterday that I would not be on the League of California Cities Executive Committee.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, there's a motion on the floor for the items and a second on that. If there's any issues for somebody's position, alternate should be able to fill in, I would hope. With that, please vote.
Mr. Clerk, I'm going to vote yes on this, but I'd like to record a no vote on the San Diego County Water Authority appointment.
Motion approved 5-0 with the notations from Mr. Kernan.
Thank you very much. Item 34, that'll be for Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, item number 34 is request by Councilmember Sanchez to direct the City Attorney's Office to draft and bring forward at the City Council meeting of January 7, 2015 for council action an ordinance banning the sale of puppy mill dogs within the City of Oceanside and to begin the public notice of council's intent for the direction staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Beck. And as Ms. Wesley Davis...
Excuse me. I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. Yeah, let's take a break. 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't been there before, as you run up the stairs, restroom, and water. story. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I apologize. We needed a quick break. With that, Deputy Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have actually brought this item before, asking for the council to give direction to City Attorney regarding this this topic, and we had a lot of information previously. We were presented with a lot of information previously, and unfortunately, that did not get approved. That motion, it was very close, 3-2, and I wanted to, now that we have a different council, I wanted to go ahead and bring this forward to see if perhaps we could reconsider this and perhaps give different direction. So I do have a presentation that is Leslie Davies is going to help me with, and she also has, and so it's her, and I'm sorry, your name again, sir?
My name's Jim Kilby.
Jim Kilby?
Yeah, I'm Escondido.
Yes. So I'm going to cut my comments and go directly to that, to this presentation, the council, because I do want to have some facts presented within the on the record regarding this issue, which I think has become a very, very critical issue for the city of Oceanside, and so that we all understand that we're not just I'm not, and perhaps others who I've heard from are not being motivated simply by emotion, but real facts about what is going on. So thank you very much. If you can start your presentation.
All right. As I said, my name's Jim Kilby. I live in Escondido, and I'm just a concerned citizen, and I think we need to respect animals. Anyway, you're going to hear the word today, or the term puppy mill. I'd like to explain to you what a puppy mill is, show you what puppy mills look like, show you the living conditions the puppies come from that are raised in these mills. A puppy mill, by definition, is a dog breeding operation in which the health of the dogs is disregarded in order to maintain low overhead and maximize profits. In other words, puppy stores want to buy cheap and sell high. And the only way to do that is to have someone that's kicking out puppies is almost as quick as they can. According to the ASPCA, Missouri is known as the puppy capital of America. It is home to over 3,000 commercial dog breeding facilities. It supplies more than 40% of all U.S. pet store sales. Mr. Salinas, the owner of the pet store, has admitted he gets his puppies from the Missouri-based Hunt Corporation. Hunt distributed last year more than 90,000 puppies nationwide. Hunt gets their dogs, however, from USDA licensed kennels. This is a USDA licensed kennel. This is inside a USDA licensed kennel. These are the conditions that a dog lives in that's in a USDA licensed kennel. There's a mother that generates puppies as quick as she can, as soon as she can. These are the conditions she lives in. Here's a rescue from a USDA licensed kennel. Another rescue. Those are puppies, and that's their mother. They never touch anything solid. Those cages don't have any solid flooring in it. You see little dogs put this through the wiring there? That's how they live their lives. Now those puppies will get out because they'll be sold. The mother won't get out. She'll generate another batch of puppies and another batch of puppies, and eventually she'll be destroyed. The Missouri Department of Natural Resources cited Hunt for having 1,000 pounds of dead animal carcasses found on Hunt's properties. This is the life of man's best friend at a puppy mill. These animals, they generate puppies. That's all the puppy mill wants to do. Here's an experience of mine. In Oklahoma, it's second only to Missouri in the number of licensed puppy mills.
Here's a little dog that I adopted from a puppy mill, BB. This is the day I found her. This is the day after. In 2010, Missouri voters passed the Puppy Mill Cruelty Prevention Act. It said that there will be minimum standards of humane care, and I mean minimum standards. They would have, the wire floors will be eliminated. The maximum breeding females per business will be 50. The cage height sufficient for the dog to stand. To stand. No more than 2 litters per 18 months' time. Dog breeders pressured the state to repeal the law. This was passed by the voters in Missouri. Within weeks, the state Senate and State House introduced and later passed bills to repeal the act. 3 years after the act was repealed, Missouri remains among the nation's worst for puppy mills. Reputable breeders do not sell to puppy stores. Paul Harvey said, "Ever occur to you why some of us can be this much concerned with animal suffering?" Because government is not. Animals don't vote. Prove him wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to be showing you some actual photographs that were taken from inside David Salinas' store. These are the actual breeders David Salinas uses, along with the inspection reports, the USDA inspection reports. Mr. Salinas is not buying his puppies from local breeders. Instead, he is purchasing his puppies from out-of-state puppy brokers, from an out-of-state puppy broker located in Goodman, Missouri. They are the largest distributor.
If you could just wait for a second, apparently there's a malfunction with the overhead. No, it's not your fault. Perhaps, oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay, I can actually continue to read because we're not going to get to that just yet.
No,
so.
it's showing there now.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
you can zoom it in.
Okay. Anyway, in 2012, the Hunt Corporation distributed 90,000 puppies, and they won't tell you how many puppies they distributed last year. When your breeding facility is so large, you need to be regulated by the United States Department of Agriculture. You're a puppy mill. When your product falls under the jurisdiction of livestock, you're a puppy mill. When the USDA says the length of your body plus 6 inches is an acceptable amount of living space for a companion animal, you are a puppy mill. These pictures were taken from inside Mr. Salinas' store. These are and you can see the dogs. These are the actual breeders that Mr. Salinas uses. I took these pictures last year when he...
Okay, there's a malfunction again.
Oh, is it because I'm touching something up here? Sorry. Sorry about that. I am so sorry, Luigi. Okay. 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 At the time of her last, Christy Yates is one of his actual breeders. And I was able to go onto the USDA website and I was able to download the USDA inspection reports. And at the time of her last inspection, she had 92 dogs on her property. Her indirect violations include housing dogs so closely together that only one dog at a time would have enough space to sit, stand, lie down, and turn around freely. And that's the actual USDA inspection report. Carol Profe is another one of David's breeders. This was taken from inside his store. Yeah, just for that one, yeah. And she has been cited multiple times for housing dogs in temperatures 20 degrees
below and not providing any bedding. She has also been cited on multiple occasions for not providing appropriate identification of dogs necessary for record keeping and disposition, leaving any claim on the pedigree questionable at best, not to mention problems with inbreeding. She has also been cited for not providing adequate veterinary care. Many of her dogs had matted fur entangled with feces, or they had dental issues severe enough to affect the animal's ability to eat. Okay. Michelle Sonnenberg is another one of David's breeders. USDA inspectors found multiple violations during their last 5 inspections. Inspectors noted a foul odor due to standing water mixed with feces and maggots. The ammonia urine smell was strong enough to make the inspector cough and feel a burn in the back of her throat. Inspectors found more than 377 dogs on her property. Dogs were also found to have inadequate space. Katie Bloomberg is another one of David's reputable, claiming to be David's reputable breeders, and at the time of her last inspection, she had 378 dogs on her property. Her indirect violations include dogs with untreated eye conditions. Several dogs were found to have a crusty discharge and/or lesions around the eye area. Inspectors also found dogs with dental disease so severe that the roots of their teeth were exposed. Many dogs were also found with fecal matter matted into their fur. Another one of David's breeders, where he gets his dogs, is Laurel Lee Thomas. She, at the time of her inspection, she had 773 dogs and 302 puppies on her property. Her indirect violations include issues with inadequate space, housing, and potential injury to the dogs. Steve Cruz is another one of David's breeders that he's very proud of. And at the time of his most recent inspection, he had over 900 dogs and over 450 puppies. A few years earlier, he was almost shut down for having some of the worst violations, many having to do with overcrowding and sanitation. Mr. Salinas has proudly stated over and over that he only uses USDA federally and state licensed breeders who have only been cited for indirect violations. How can anyone claim to love animals and justify having a business relationship with people who find it completely appropriate to treat animals as mere objects just to be used for financial gain? I have an entire notebook filled with proof that Mr. Salinas gets his puppies from puppy mills. Thank you so much for letting us do that. No, I'm not doing that.
We'd love to have all the paperwork you had into the city clerk, for we'll have it for records.
Okay.
Thank you. A copy of all that would be appreciated.
Okay, can I bring it sometime during the week?
So what I want to make sure is that the intent here is not to address local breeders. We want to make sure that that we all understand, we're all on the same page. We're talking about puppy mills and the I would say the cruel, inhumane conditions. For me, the city of Oceanside, and I was born and raised here, small business community in Oceanside has been the real backbone of the economy here in Oceanside, very big supporter of our small business community. For me to do this, it certainly should be reserved for very extraordinary situations, and I believe this is such a situation. I've been contacted by several members of the public from Oceanside and from outside of Oceanside. I believe that this is certainly a bad reputation. Oceanside's getting a bad reputation for or allowing the sale of puppies from puppy mills. And so I think that this is such an extraordinary, these conditions warrant an extraordinary action, which is that we direct the city attorney to draft and bring forward to us quickly, that is by January 7th, 2015, for council action, hopefully adoption, an ordinance banning the sale of puppy mills within the city of Oceanside to begin, and therefore begin the public notice of council's intent. And
Thank you all.
That's my intent. I know we're gonna hear from the public and then from the council.
Thank you very
And I'll wait until, I'll wait after that for the motion.
Thank you very much. And real quick before I go to the public, your light's on. You want it for later or now, sir? Thank you very much. With that, the public, if there are any.
I apologize. I should have asked if you were done with your presentation. You're not. Okay.
Real quick.
Yes.
Honorable Mayor and esteemed council, when we spoke to you last time about Oceanside puppy, we were concerned that it would cause more puppies to come into our rescue and shelter systems. It has happened. And here are a few examples. I just wanted to let you know that. Spot Rescue, where I volunteer, recently we've begun to get calls from military and young families who want to relinquish their store-bought puppies, and most often they ask if we'll take over the payments. We can't, and we don't know what they do. Last March, we rescued a Neapolitan Mastiff from San Diego County Shelter. He was purchased at San Diego Puppy by an elderly woman who had no idea how big the dog would get to be. He had cherry eye and umbilical hernia. We medically treated him and found him a doctor. I talked to Tiffany Shields at San Diego County Department of Animal Services yesterday. She told me, I've gotten multiple dogs in the strays or relinquishments that are microchipped to the Hunt Corporation, and they usually cannot tell me who the owner is, and it's a dead end. Australian Rescue, Becky Rice, I talked to her today. She said, 2 Australian Shepherds purchased from David Salinas' stores were relinquished to me. One puppy was purchased as a Valentine's gift, and when the landlord said their lease didn't allow it, they tried to return it the next day, and Mr. Salinas refused to take it. They paid $1,800 and lost it all. The second dog was relinquished with no story other than they couldn't keep the dog, and Oceanside Puppy would not take it back. I talked to Susan Heeb, who's an Oceanside resident. I interviewed her over the phone today. This is what she told me. A week before Thanksgiving, my husband, a retired Marine Corps, and I met a young military family in front of Oceanside Puppy. We were next door getting donuts. They had purchased a puppy from the store only to get it home and find it out days later that he was very sick, and in fact he died. They explained that they'd been calling and calling, but no one would help them. With no dog now, vet bills, and financing owed to Oceanside Puppy, they came to the store hoping to resolve the problem. She told me that she posted this on Camp Pendleton Pet Resale page just out of curiosity, just to see if anyone else had experienced the same treatment. She said, much to my shock, within minutes I had received multiple replies and quickly learned that this young military family was not alone. She said she reposted the experience and asked if anybody else had had a similar experience. It was like a firestorm. She said it was crazy. The number of military families had posted that they'd purchased dogs from Oceanside Puppy only to find out days later that the puppies were very sick and often were left with no dog and thousands of dollars in payments was shocking. She says she was still trying to process it. So the point is Oceanside Puppy seems to be specifically targeting military families because they're young, naive, and able to finance. 2 of the direct quotes were, I had to rehome my dog, I need to sell it for $1,000 because I still owe money to Oceanside Puppy, and we bought a puppy for $1,500 and have already spent $3,000 for veterinarian visits, and the dog is still sick. That was the research I could do in 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the end of the presentation? Yes. Thank you.
Great. At this time, Rebecca Snyder may come forward.
Good evening.
Have extra time? Can I give it to someone else, or?
Unfortunately, it's just 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm an Oceanside resident. I'm speaking to council on a matter of my personal opinion, and as an active duty Marine with over 15 years in service. I'm especially concerned with the influence that this store has with the military population within Oceanside. The majority of service members on Camp Pendleton make under $30,000 a year. I'd like the council members to keep that number in mind as I quote some of the Oceanside Puppy's owners, Mr. Salinas' own words from a November 28th UT article entitled Couple Shocked at Dog Lease Deal. Mr. Salinas says, quote, 90% of our customers choose to finance the cost of their pet, allowing them to take the dog home that they otherwise could not afford, end quote. 90% of the dogs purchased at Oceanside Puppy, stated by the owner himself, the purchasers cannot afford the dog. Having the puppy store 3 miles from Camp Pendleton, which directly targets the service members with their advertising on Camp Pendleton yard sales, on the front doors of their store, and on Craigslist,
They're particularly targeting Marines and service members that cannot afford these dogs, as again, the owner himself states. It's a business that is an affront to the character of Oceanside and to the service members who live and do business in Oceanside. I know that Oceanside is known for a lot of things, but please don't let the store's reputation and the predatory lending practices that the store uses deter people from coming to Oceanside. Thank you.
Next we have Vicki.
Wait a second, please. I'm sorry. Chuck, please go ahead. You have something?
Ms. Snyder, could you clarify one point for me? Did you say in your little introduction that you are an active duty Marine?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear. So the information you got from other people in the community, you're acting as your own.
As my own personal opinion, yes.
Yeah.
We do have 300 volunteer hours at the Camp Pendleton Animal Shelter, and I've seen so many dogs from Oceanside Puppy dropped off there. I deal with Marines on a daily basis. I've been in for, like I said, over 15 years, and I'm still active duty. These, again, are my personal opinions, not speaking for the Marine Corps. And I've dealt with dozens of service members in my limited capacity that purchased from there and are dealing with sick dogs, cannot afford the dog. It's just something that I'm very sick of seeing as a personal member of this community.
Thank you. And thank you for your service to us and to the animals. Thank you.
Next is Vicki Seifert to come forward.
Video.
I'll start reading my statement now. This is what's happening at Oceanside. What you're about to see is a video taken that's something going on at Oceanside every night. It is truly a sickening sight. On this particular day, 13 puppies shoved through the back of that house. Can you hear me over the video? The sounds and the odor coming from the truck are horrific. These puppies start their life out in puppy mills. Then they are ripped from their mothers when they are far too young. Often, usually, they haven't spent enough time drinking their mother's milk, so their immune systems are compromised, causing health problems throughout their life. They look cute, they're like healthy little puppies, but that doesn't last. Then the puppies are put on a semi-truck, only to travel 2,000 miles across the country with a bunch of other crying puppies. You can hear these puppies crying and barking when you're standing just a few feet away from the truck. The smell coming from the truck is dreadful, so you can imagine what it's like for the poor puppies stuck inside with no ventilation. We know this truck then goes over to Carlsbad. It comes to Oceanside Puppy, then it goes over to Carlsbad because the volunteers have followed the truck on its path. Then it makes its way over to Escondido. They also have photos of the same truck with the same driver in both Santee and in Orange County. There's only one way to stop this practice. I asked the City Council to follow the lead of the City of San Diego, the City of Chula Vista, and numerous other cities across the United States that have initiated bans on the sale of puppy mills in their communities. Thank you so much for your consideration of this issue.
Next we have Sydney Ciccarello.
So there's no relinquishing any time from...
Unfortunately not.
Okay. Good evening, council members, deputy mayor, and congratulations to the winners. My name is Sydney Ciccarello, and I'm the West Coast Director for the Puppy Mill Project. Formerly, I was with the Companion Animal Protection Society. You have a report, a 3-year report on David Salinas that was submitted first time around. That's a public record for you to see. Why would anyone think that a small pet store owner's story would be anything but, I just want to provide for my family? Over the last several years, people and organizations have shown why there is much more to the pet store owner's story. It is dark, and it is a pervasive lie. It's about consumer deception, consumer fraud, unenforced laws, greed, and most importantly, it's about the pain and suffering that goes on in a currently unregulated yet legal industry. Failures of law enforcement failures of law and enforcement thereof at the local, state, and federal levels make it imperative that ordinances such as this one you're reintroducing be adopted. These measures have become the best and only productive way to deal with this out-of-control industry, and lawmakers are now understanding this need, with nearly 75 such ordinances passing in the U.S. and Canada. Finally, just as the smoking advocates took on one of the most powerful lobbying groups in the country, the tobacco industry, we too will prevail. We will not be intimidated by any large lobbying groups that want to silence us and continue to want to profit off cruelty and lie about it to get there. We wish to thank all of you for reintroducing this, or for Esther Sanchez and Chuck Lowry and everybody that is interested in this project, or excuse me, this proposal. On behalf of the Puppy Mill Project, and everyone in this room, and everyone across the country that continue to fight for the protection of suffering animals who cannot speak for themselves, we thank you.
Next we have Louis Michaels. Oh, Lori, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that, Lori.
David Selena, good evening, council members. My name is Lori Michaels. I live in Encinitas. David Salinas was forced to close his puppy store in San Diego when in July 2013, the city council there voted unanimously to ban stores selling puppies, exempting, of course, shelters finding homes for rescued animals. And the city of Encinitas is in the process of agendizing banning puppy stores using the criteria adopted by San Diego. Mr. Salinas claims his dogs come from, to use his term, high-quality breeders. The facts presented tonight prove that these breeders are really nothing more than breeding factories that are often house over 400 dogs. Men from California, but states in the Midwest and South where laws are lax and few inspectors to enforce minimal standards of humane treatment because dogs there are deemed livestock. The Hunt Corporation that was spoken of this evening, who sells these puppies, claims they check out who they buy their products from to ensure top quality, and they're proud to claim the title of largest U.S. distributor of dogs. In fact, they're a wholesale procurer of puppies and a broker for the puppy mills, selling more than 90,000 dogs a year, as you heard. What do they do without wanted dogs? Well, in 2007, over 1,000 pounds of carcasses were found on their property. They currently have an F rating from the Better Business Bureau of Missouri. Mr. Salinas' store, which holds 35 or more puppies in glass cages with neon lights near breathing holes. I saw one little dog with his nose kind of breathing through the breathing hole. And rabbit feeder tubes. These are all legal. Have cars under each, as required by law, as Leslie pointed out, stating where the dogs come from. Well represented factually where they do in fact come from. When I was in the store, we asked about whether the dogs get exercise. This is also a law. Some people who spent time in the back alley where he said the dogs were walked said they categorically never saw dogs released or getting any exercise time. Now, that's the end of my presentation. I just wanted to say one other thing because there's been some talk about, oh, it's animal activists and it's just a few extremists. Well, if you had a heart, you would have to realize that this is not acceptable conditions for a humane country. And if it isn't about the dogs, we can look at the people that are affected by this, as our military agent testified to. And Councilman Feller, you said you care about the people, not the dogs. Do you care about the people who are being duped by this business? Thank you.
Next we have Ronnie Kudrow.
Hello, council members.
I am Ronnie Steinow. I'm representing San Diego Animal Advocates, and I'm going to make this really short because everything that I have on my paper has already been said. Oceanside Puppy had previously been kicked out of San Diego, and allowing the business to remain in our city costs our citizens money in the long run as more dogs are ending up in our shelters. Mr. Salinas obtains his livestock from the Hunt Corporation, which is known for distributing puppies coming from factory farms or puppy mills. The dogs are shipped in from other states and many are sick. The military population in our area is an easy target for purchasing dogs they cannot afford or take care of. We have reputable breeders, shelters, and rescues from which residents can adopt family pets at minimal cost. We're asking the City of Oceanside to join other progressive cities throughout the country to pass an ordinance banning the sale of puppy mill dogs. The people of Oceanside do not want puppies coming from filthy factory farms where owners are neglectful and uncaring to be sold here. That's it. Thank you.
Next, Donna may come forward next, and I don't have a last name for that.
Mayor, congratulations, Chuck Riley, for getting into City Council and the rest. I started protesting with Leslie back when I first saw the truck come in, and it was parked behind Bonnie's, like it was, they didn't want to see what was going on. And I could not believe my eyes when I saw that truck pull up and puppies coming out and the girls parked there putting these puppies in little plastic containers like they were nothing and then bringing them to the store. Well, that's when I got involved because I had to. And Leslie was such a pleasure to work with because she was so behind this. And I just want you to know that I'm really upset about this, and I know a lot of people are in Oceanside. I know they're really appalled on what's going on, and you know I try to explain to them, but it really upsets me when I see the truck come in and now they park right in front of the store like it's no big deal. They know that we know where they're coming from. And the driver's like, don't you have anything better to do with your time but stand here and take pictures of us taking puppies out of the back of the truck and bring them to the store? And I can't believe my eyes. Anyway, I hope you really consider closing that store down because it's really not good. And neither is Salinas. He lies to the public. And I don't think that's really in good business manners. Thank you.
Next, we have Janice Christie.
Hello.
Hold the mic down, please. Thank you.
Okay, right. Hi. I don't think there's anything extra for me to add to what's already been said, except I'm an Oceanside resident, and I just hope that you shut the puppy farm store down. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Joyce may come forward this time. I'm so sorry, I can't read left.
Hi.
Mayor Wood and council members, the 10-year guarantee is a safe bet for Oceanside Puppy. Mr. Salinas is duping his customers. His 10-year guarantee gives his customers the impression he is selling a superior product. This guarantee leads people to believe the puppies cannot possibly be from puppy mills, or he would not be able to offer this warranty and this assurance. However, this guarantee will not cover any vet bills, and Mr. Salinas will not refund your money. The dog has to be dead in order to be covered under this guarantee.
I'm going to read you Oceanside Puppy's lifetime guarantee. If the puppy dies due to genetics, or if the puppy has a congenital or hereditary disorder within 1 year, which causes the puppy to die, your puppy will be replaced with a comparable puppy of equal or lesser value with no expense to you. That's his guarantee. In fact, even if Mr. Salinas had to honor this guarantee on every single puppy he sold, he would still be making thousands of dollars off each one of those customers. He pays the Hunt Corporation around $300 per puppy. Mr. Salinas turns around and sells that puppy for $1,000 to $4,000. Thank you.
Next, Mary Lid. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Good evening to each and every one of you. My name is Mary Lidzinka, and this is my best friend, my rescue, and my service dog, Boomer. I'm with SoCal, California Animal Defenders, and I appreciate each and every one of you for the work that you have put forth to solve this problem here in Oceanside. This is something that is very dear to my heart, and I only hope that other cities within this city, this state, and throughout the country and the United States will follow through and ban this puppy mill selling throughout the country. And I appreciate you listening, and I hope all of you have a nice evening. And Boomer says goodbye.
Next, Marcy Duncan can report.
Good evening. This all tears at our heartstrings, and all this propaganda is just making it worse. That you're losing the big picture here.
I have a hard time hearing you.
You're losing the big picture here. What defines a puppy mill? I mean, we've seen the horror stories, but then next you hear somebody like me who has maybe 1 litter a year, 2 years litters a year in my bedroom versus somebody who has thousands of dogs. We're all classified as quote-unquote puppy mills. You have to define it better than just by the horror stories from this one corporation. He may get them from somebody else. If this gentleman has a bad business, then you need to deal with him as a bad business. Not all businesses together. You clean up his act. Make him clean up his act. Follow laws. The problem is we need to educate the public. If somebody's buying a puppy for $4,000 from a pet store, if they don't buy it from him, they're going to buy it online, which is even worse. Then nobody can account for what happens to this dog. Once this dog gets sick or dies, they can't take it back to the store. They can't complain to the Better Business Bureau. They can't complain to you. They're stuck with it. Where does happen to it? It ends up in the shelter, and everybody gets blamed. We need to educate. If we're having a problem with the Marines in Oceanside and the Marine base and the military families, then somebody needs to go out there and say, this is how you do your homework before you buy a dog. You need to find a local breeder, find a rescue organization, go to the shelter, find a dog that suits your needs, that you can afford, and what the costs are going to be to take care of it. Most of the time they end up in shelters is because they're moving, military, they can't afford it, they can't afford the vet care, and they drop it off. This is going to be a legal issue. How do we define puppy mill? Because next week they may decide that the person down the street that has a nice clean kennel with 20 dogs that has 5 or 6 litters a year is a puppy mill. You need to clarify exactly what you're talking about, and you need to clean up this man's business if he has a problem and let legitimate business happen. Think about the big picture here, folks. Educate the public. Nobody wants to see sick and injured dogs, but we can't all be blamed for these people. There's other good things out there, and if that's not going to come out to good people, then they're going to go to the internet, and the internet and Mexico are far worse, believe me, far more worse than what you're seeing there. Thank you.
And last, we have Dorothy McCorkle.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and congratulations to the new council members that are re-elected and elected. As you know, I've spoken against the puppy mill store for a long time, and people have been demonstrating there. They've been giving their own time and all, but there's another issue with this store. This store is bringing into this community animals that are not always well. And my neighbor across the street bought a puppy from another location in Los Angeles, a puppy mill store, and he's had nothing but huge medical bills now. And this is what happens because of the way that they were brought up. And then in addition to that, the owners of puppy mill stores who are selling puppy mills charge a lot more money than the shelters do. And the shelters have to, by law, spay and neuter every animal that is adopted out. So do the rescue groups. That's not true with any of these puppy milk stores. So in effect, they are bringing animals into the community, telling people that, yeah, it may cost you $500 or whatever, but you'll get that back if you breed that animal. If you breed that animal 4 or 5 times, sure, you'll get back your money that you paid for that animal. So the issue of spay and neuter should be considered with the ordinance, and Esther, I want to thank you very much for bringing this forward. And this should be considered also for any store in Oceanside that is going to sell dogs or cats or rabbits or whatever. We have a store that is right now in Vista that is selling rabbits for $40, $50, and that's another form of cruelty. But that should be part of the ordinance. And also, I brought you something which some of you have seen before. This is from the Union Tribune. And every ad in here, and there are 943 in this particular issue of pets that are available for adoption. Every single ad has cost anywhere from $20 to $40 of the shelter that is sponsoring the ad, or the individuals like myself and other individuals who believe that maybe we can control some of this with adoption. Adoption is an option. Spay and neuter is the fix, and we cannot continue to kill animals in shelters simply because there aren't enough homes for them. That is a kind of cruelty that is actually criminal. So begin with this store, get this store out of here, and consider carefully an ordinance, what you're going to put in that about any other stores that are selling pets that are coming into the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Circle. That was the last.
No further public.
Okay. There were a couple of points that were raised. Mr. Mayor, if I could address those. And Ms. Davies, if you could come up and make some final comments here. We have been talking about also including cats, and that was something that I had omitted to at the time of writing this. Of course, all this is direction, so this will be coming back and would be voted upon actually a couple of times, and then a 30-day time period. So there's plenty of time for notice on this. Do you have any other comments based on what people have said to address anything like, say, including cats?
Yes, I think that it would be very important to include cats, because right now we don't have a store that is selling cats. And the reason why we don't have a store selling cats is because we already have so many cats who are dying in our shelters. We don't need a store selling cats. So let's nip this in the bud, include cats in this ordinance, and that way we will never have to revisit this again. So I think it's very important that cats are included.
Thank you, Ms. Davies. And as to the second point, which was, thank you very much. And as to the second point that had to do with questions whether we can have legislation draft that would specifically address the issues that we're talking about. I have had a chance to talk with Mr. Mullen for quite some time. And Mr. Mullen, have you been able to look at other cities' legislations? For example, it was mentioned City of San Diego, City of Chula Vista, who have adopted legislation, and I believe it was banning not just dogs but also cats.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I have reviewed all 16, I believe there are 16 ordinances of different cities in the state of California. There's obviously other ordinances in other cities and other states, but I have all of those ordinances. Most of them include dogs and cats. San Diego's included dogs, cats, and rabbits as well. And I think I can draft an ordinance that includes an exemption for breeders, as you've talked about today. San Diego's ordinance has that exemption. So
breeders.
It would not prohibit the sale of or the exchange or transfer of a dog or cat if it's born and reared at the premises where it's sold.
Oh, okay. Great.
So I could bring that back to you on January 7th if that's your intent.
Thank you very much. So that would be 16 in California, so this would be something that you could do. Okay, great. All right. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. With that, go back to public. With that, go back to council. Councilmember Lloyd, please.
Well, I imagine that we are prepared to move this into an ordinance that would give the current operation at Oceanside Puppy some kind of exit strategy other than just closing his business.
Right.
Is that true?
Yeah, Councilmember Lowry, the draft ordinance would not close the business. It would make illegal a particular practice that's occurring at the business. The San Diego ordinance and most of the other ordinances simply prohibit the sale of dogs or cats unless the dogs or cats are obtained from an animal shelter or rescue organization or some other nonprofit. But the business obviously could continue to sell pet-related products, etc. Also, most of the ordinances in California have included amortization periods, so particularly where there is an existing pet shop in town, anywhere from 6 months, which was the city of Los Angeles, to 2 years in Huntington Beach. So I would think at a minimum, my recommendation would include at least 6 months, consistent with what the city of Los Angeles did, for some type of amortization period.
Thank you. As a business owner, I think it's important that we look at what it is we're selling and what the intent is of having the business in the first place. If we want to have a business that provides a service to the community and is not controversial and doesn't disturb the neighbors on both sides and doesn't make a bunch of people react to it in a way where they want to go out and picket the place for 14 months or longer, I think that we should be able to provide a template of some sort via the regulation that we would ask be proposed that includes having a good business practices here in the same manner that we want to have appropriate businesses in our community providing needed services and goods. So that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kern, please. Pardon?
Yeah, I'm going to speak, but did you second her motion? Because you waited until after.
Actually, I wanted to see because I have a sense of what Councilmember Kern you were going to say and what Councilmember Feller was going to say, but I wanted to hear before making a motion. And actually, having heard that, I would like to pass on the honor of making a motion to our new Councilmember Lowry.
Okay. Thank you.
If you could make that motion.
Yes, I make a motion that we direct staff to create a regulation, an ordinance that we can use to address the subject of puppy and kitty mills in Oceanside as a retail business. Thank you.
And I'll second that. Thank you.
Mr. Kern again.
All right, now that we got a motion on the floor, we can actually discuss it. And I won't be supporting the motion. You know, I know it's a very emotional issue. We had a full hearing on this before. Tonight was very one-sided, except for one lady that brought up some real issues and very compelling issues. My brother bought a dog from a magazine. You know, he bought a German Short-Hair Pointer that he had delivered via bus in Reading. And so the idea that of doing something like that, are you forcing these people to actually go through the internet, go on underground. I mean, like I said before, I don't think the problem of Mr. Salinas' store is the real problem. I think the real problem, and I think Ms. McCorkle kind of hit on it, is these people that have dogs in their backyard, but they constantly have puppies, and they give the puppies away or sell the puppies or whatever. And I think that's the bulk of those dogs that are coming to shelters. I don't...
No, excuse me, folks. He's got a moment to talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, I sat here quietly and listened to everybody. Okay, let's hear both sides of the story. And
Mr. Kern, you go right ahead, sir. You're right. Everybody's supposed to let him speak.
Let's be respectful. That's all that we're asking for up here. And so the idea that there was a couple issues made that somebody said it was an unregulated industry, but then you say, well, it's the USDA is regulating it. But it sounds like there are problems with the USDA, that somehow they're not doing their job. And I don't think whatever vote we take here tonight is going to make any difference to the USDA. They're going to continue to do what they do. What you're going to do is take this store out of Oceanside within 6 months or 2 years, whatever the city attorney comes up with, and so the people are going to have to travel all the way to Carlsbad to buy a puppy from the puppy store. Because they have the puppy store in the mall. I visited the puppy store in the mall just last week, or 2 weeks ago when I was in town. So the idea that somehow we're solving some problems, and somebody said that they go from Carlsbad to Santee to Orange County. People that want a dog are going to find a dog that they want. So I don't see us doing anything of great significance here. I'm sure it's going to make everybody feel better. But I can't support the motion because I think people should have the right to buy what they want to buy. It's a legal product, regulated legal product, and so if they want to do that, they're going to find that dog. Because one thing about going to a shelter, the dog that you want may not be there. If there's a particular breed or a particular type of animal that you want, they're going to go find it. If they're not going to find it locally, they'll find it on the internet. They will find it. So, anyway, I know it's kind of a one-sided thing. It was very emotional tonight. The last time we heard this, we at least heard both sides of the issue. But I can't support the motion. So, thank you.
Nevertheless, real quick for me, and I'll make it quick because it's getting late, and I understand that, is when this came to us the first time about the shop and animals coming from puppy mills, I was pretty amazed, and it seemed like a simple answer. Everybody gave us both sides. But it was obviously, we even said that, the local Humane Society will give you free dogs and cats and bunnies for free to sell out of your store, and that you still can get all the cats, dogs, and bunnies from any legit breeder. We gave him every option in the world. He didn't wish to take that. That's the answer to me, and it seems to be a simple issue. He could have his business and do what he wants, just don't buy from puppy mills. That was what we said, and even places like Humane Society were saying, we'll give you rescue dogs you can sell. We would love to see back off the streets into a home for free to make even bigger profit. Didn't want it. That answered my question for me, so I think it's a situation where when we see on Channel 10 News an 18-wheeler pull up, they don't open the back doors, they go to the little door in the inside of that 18-wheeler to pass them out when they don't want you to see it, and it came all the way from Missouri. All these pictures are true, they're accurate, we understand that, and that doesn't take a whole lot to figure it out. With that in mind, I think we were reminiscent and a little bit foolish to wait this long, but we had a council change, and that's why it's here today. Thank you, and I appreciate that. That's not what it's all about. My issue is just exactly this. I don't think it's a good representation of the city of Oceanside. I have my dogs, my cats, and I love them. And at night, the highlight of my life is sitting in a recliner with my dogs and cats sitting on my lap. And a good movie. Anyhow, the other than that is that I understand they're like family. That's what it is tonight, and we're going to have to address it. This is a situation that I think is going to have to follow up with more information. By that I mean, Dorothy's been in here several times. And one of the big issues in every city is spading and neutering animals, and that's one of the other problems. Not tonight's problem, but a future problem that we need to address. And look at the Humane Society for Cats, Dogs, and Bunnies down there. There's a lot of them. So spading, neutering is something we'll probably have to address in the future, and I would hope all of you are back here for those. But with that, I won't bore you no longer, but I also saw another light come on for Councilmember Feller. Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I'm not ready to vote on this one way or the other tonight because I don't know what this ordinance is going to say, so I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Please vote. Please vote.
Motion approved, 3-1. Cornell.
We are finished tonight, ladies and gentlemen, for all your time and effort and during the holiday season. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. And if you don't come in, you don't watch the program, email us about your issues, your concerns, etc. We appreciate that. But thank you for coming tonight. If you wish to leave, you can, but I have a couple more items we have to go through tonight. Again, thank all of you very much. With that, Mr. Clerk, can we have 35, please, you and the Deputy Mayor?
Yes, item number 35 is requested by Councilmember Sanchez to direct staff to process an LCP amendment for the zoning changes approved by the City Council in 1992, which were in effect from approximately 1990 until approximately 2011, to include eliminating lifts to meet on-site parking requirements, as well as requiring appropriate on-site parking direction to staff.
Thank you very much. It's to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something that also happened during the last 3-4 years that was a break from what was happening with the city. The city was actually enforcing the 1992 zoning and building requirements that were passed that were from approximately 1990 were then brought back in 1992. And for 20 years, basically, the city, especially along Pacific Street, and this really has to do with that, was designed. It achieved its character, it achieved its height, it achieved, the sense of place. And then 4 years ago, staff brought to the council's attention that while we had been implementing and enforcing a 1992 council action, that action actually hadn't been sent forward to the Coastal Commission as a local coastal plan amendment. So for the last 3-4 years then, we have been enforcing 1986 laws that are completely different from what we have on Pacific Street and, with the character of the community. So this is basically to right a wrong. A lot of the things that have happened on Pacific Street, like, for example, the projects that have been brought forward, which are like these huge number of bedrooms and bathrooms and practically zero parking, on-site parking, is really a result of not of going forward on the 1986 changes, and I don't know, in a very, very creative way, because if this has all been brought together at the same time, that actually would have been a hotel on Pacific Street, or motel on Pacific Street, which would have required a lot more for on-site parking, for regulations, to really blend with the community. So, while again, I am not against vacation rentals. This is something that happens throughout the city, whether it's on Pacific Street or elsewhere. This is to protect the character of the community, and so my motion is to direct staff to process an LCP amendment for the zoning changes approved by the City Council back in 1992, which have been were in effect from approximately 1992 until approximately 2011. That would be end of 2010, beginning of 2011. And on top of that, my motion is to eliminate lifts as meeting on-site parking requirements. I've seen several of those projects come forward, and I know that, you know, these lifts have been very problematic, as well as requiring appropriate on-site parking. Direction to staff.
Do we have a second? A second, thank you very much. With that, the public on this?
Yes, one member of the public wishes to speak on this item, Carolyn Kramer.
Good evening, Council. Mayor. I support Ms. Carolyn Kramer, 904 Leonard Avenue, Citizens for Preservation of Parks and Beaches. We support Council Member Sanchez's request to go back to our standards where we were giving a lot more quality projects that actually provided their own on-site parking. We want to see quality projects come to Oceanside, but we need to have those projects have sufficient on-site parking to make sure that the public also has access also. Tandem as well as lift parking should be eliminated in projects and should not be allowed to meet part of the parking requirements except in hotels that have a parking attendant on site at all times, so that they can negotiate the tandem parking and the lifts, because you're not going to have the public do that in individual projects. So, thank you.
Next, Bob Berry can come forward.
Good evening. Good evening. Go ahead, sir. You might have to bring that mic up some. You're a little taller than most people.
Vertically challenged, I've been told. I was here like 4 years ago, I think. You guys remember Bob Bird. Studied it in '92. I requested a copy of it from the city. Read it through really thoroughly. There's a weakness in that one. Fiscal impact. If you read underneath it, it says none. That's a flaw. That's misrepresentation from my perspective, because fiscal impact not only affects the city, it affects the property owners, valuations, things of that nature. And the rules currently in the city are that they don't really have to disclose that to the property owners. I've learned that. I've learned that city council appoints or hires planning commissioners. I don't know if that's true, but I think it is. And that I consider a conflict of interest. When they voted on this, the staff report and the LCP had no information on fiscal impact in it. I think that's something that should be brought to light and explored, because this does affect everybody. It affects the tourists, affects the property owners, businesses, everything. There's a large fiscal impact here, and that was overlooked. I think it's probably my primary point. And the secondary point regarding the lift issue, more and more people, because of the density factors and all that, life, you know, there's more population, all that's coming along. I see it in residential neighborhoods. People have nice fancy cars, and they only have a two-car garage, and they want to have a sports car or something, yet they still have all their beach toys and camping toys and all that. I look in their garages just to see what people are doing, because I learn from it. You see it throughout the county of San Diego. It's just a sign of the times. It's efficient. And it's just the way it is. This is how life is. You have high density, you find a way to make it work for everybody. That's about all I have to say, and Mr. Lowry, welcome to town. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you, sir.
No further public comment.
Thank you. Come back to council, and Councilmember Keller, please.
Thank you. Pacific Street has probably 25 projects that are outstanding projects. So I don't know where Carolyn Kramer is looking, but there are at least 25 great projects on Pacific Street and the Strand. They are revenue producing. They took the property from a low property tax to a very high property tax, especially the ones that were completed more recently. The issue, I think I want to ask the attorney what kind of time frame you're looking at for redoing the coast. I mean, are we talking about height? Bob Bird just talked about financial, the fiscal side of it, and all the things that are going on. I would like to know how much time this is going to take.
Well, I probably have to defer to our planning folks who are in the audience today about how long it would take to bring it back to the council. I can tell you, though, that there is a 6-week notice requirement. Once the amendment, the local coastal plan amendment is drafted, then the staff will have to provide 6 weeks notice to the public of the document. So, you know, I don't think there's a whole lot of drafting that has to be done in the zoning code. If the intent is simply to make the 92 code applicable in the coastal zone, that's just not that Herculean of a task. But the staff would have to draft the amendments that the council is looking at relative to parking. So I really need to defer to the planning staff to see how long that would take.
Anybody?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Jeff Hunt. I'm the interim city planner. In response to the question, I guess I would have to say it depends on the extent of the input and review that takes place and the extent of the controversy, which you heard at least a little bit of an example tonight. Generally speaking, a local coastal plan amendment, in my experience, would take 6 months to a year, again, depending on different factors. That time frame that I just mentioned would likely be the time to get it to this council, and then it has to go to the Coastal Commission. And my experience with the Coastal Commission is they bundle things. They need to put it on their agenda, so we would be at the mercy of their agenda. And their time frame as well. So even though we would try and do a surgical type of amendment, they're not always that easy, and so I would hate to commit to any really quick, fast turnaround.
Thank you. And as well, is there some opportunity to discuss the fiscal side of this in your evaluation and the process? So that, I mean, it's a legitimate question. I would dare to say that you know, many of those places are paying a lot of money for the city of Oceanside services through their property tax and tourism dollars. I mean, that area that we're trying to bomb out of existence is residential tourist, and this is really an important decision if it's going to affect the city fiscally.
If I understand the motion correctly, it is basically to go back to the 92 code that did apply for a period of almost 20 years or so. We only have been applying the 86 code for the last 3 years or so. So are you asking, could we do a fiscal analysis to see what type of revenue losses the city would see if we went back to the 92 code?
I think that's only appropriate to find out what the change is.
That wouldn't be part of my motion. Certainly we can come up with different, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I mean, if we were to allow a 15, 25-story hotel, that would have certain economic impacts, right? But it would also not be in keeping with the character of the city. So what I'm most interested in terms of what I'm bringing forward, is to protect the character of our city, especially on the coast. So So I wouldn't be interested in that. That's not part of my motion.
Well, I would feel, if we go back to the 92, I think, I just hate to see us dumb down what we've done in the city of Oceanside and the opportunities that people have had to make investments in their properties. There are still a lot of pretty run-down places along the coast, and those people would probably want to do something new with their properties. So I'm not really going to support this if we can't discuss things fiscally.
Thank you. Councilor Kern.
Thank you. I think, we've been served well the last few years by the codes that we've been operating under. I mean, they are quality projects. I drive down there, there's not any project down there that I think is substandard. Obviously, there's some issues with parking that you want to address by that, but I mean, that's an issue that maybe we can take separately, but the idea of the other things that work down there do work, and we do have people that come into town and actually visit Oceanside because of the projects that were built down there, and they're quality projects. Mr. Berg brought up a good point, the idea if there's pieces missing that he found, there may be a lot more pieces missing that the Coastal Commission may not approve this because somebody's going to appeal, and there's going to be bits and pieces that they just kick back. So I think what we really need to do, if you're going to go forward with this, is truly vet the 92 code and find out, is what's happened over the last few years, because if you're going to spend 2 years, as the planner talked about, to finally bring something to Coastal, then have Coastal kick it out because there's pieces missing, then we wasted everybody's time. So I think the economic analysis may be something that Coastal will not approve because there's a piece missing. So I can't support this at this time. I'm sure that, because of the change in the council, that it's going to go forward, but I just be cautious that, we take our time and do this. And the other thing that I have a question of the city attorney of is, at what point in time do we cut off the applications? The idea that people that have projects in the pipeline, is it the time that we approve it, or the time the Coastal Commission approves whatever changes? So if somebody had something in planning, somebody, started, a complete application, presented to go forward. So how would that work?
Well, that's going to be up to the discretion of the city council, but typically under case law, just the judicial cases, a property owner is not vested under their existing entitlement until they've pulled permits to vest. So that's basically the answer. Now, the council can make exceptions to that, and you could protect, and oftentimes councils will include a pipeline provision, so if projects have been already approved, but permits not yet issued, then they're protected from zoning changes, and that's something that we'll have to address with the planning staff as we bring something forward for your consideration.
Okay, well, I think that should be part of what the information you bring back to us about how the timing of those things should be. All right, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually spoke with coastal staff, and it shouldn't take more than 6 months. So all I'm asking for is to go ahead and do the LCP amendment on our 1992 law that we had, that we practiced for 20 years, and to add 2 small items, that is to not allow lifts to be counted as part of the parking requirements. Certainly if someone wants to have a lift and it's not included, they don't want to include in their parking requirements, they certainly can do that. And also to ensure the parking requirements. Now, the parking can be a separate thing, and we can certainly take our time doing that. But I think actually going back to 92, we didn't have these problems, parking problems, until just recently in the last 3 years. It has become a nightmare. So I think the real easy response here is to just go ahead and process the LCP amendment for laws that we already have on the books in 1992. That is part of the motion, and I would like to see this done as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. We're shocked.
Motion approved 3-2, Kern and Feller, no.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk and Deputy Mayor, thank you very much for your insight. And the other thing is, can we go to item number 36, please? And I think Mr. Mullen will do that.
Item 36 is the adoption of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending Oceanside City Code, Chapter 29, establishing wastewater user rate increases.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I was going to say in the public, I see none, so. Deputy Mayor?
Move adoption.
Second. Comments? Any public on this?
No public on the side.
Thank you. With that, please vote.
We have the second part of that.
Excuse me, you have to do it. Hold on.
After that vote's recorded, we have another ordinance.
Okay, go ahead.
Motion approved 5-0.
Okay, the second part of that item is adoption of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside, amending Oceanside City Code, Chapter 37, establishing water user rate and external water provider charge increases.
Thank you. Public on that?
No public on
Thank you. Back to council. Deputy Mayor?
Move adoption.
Thank you. Second. No further comments. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Input from the council, city council reports. I want to skip those unless there's a bombshell, because we still have to go to closed session.
I just have one quick comment. The reason, just a little odd. I've been at the Aqua conference all week, and that's why we're doing our city attorney's closed session afterwards, because I was late coming back to San Diego, but I spent 2 days in San Diego at the Aqua conference, and I have to go back tomorrow. So, and actually I need to talk to the utilities director, because AB 1739 has been a real hot topic down there about the groundwater. So other than that, everything's fine.
Mr. City Attorney, closed session.
Right. So item 37 is conference with labor negotiator on the status of negotiations involving the Oceanside Police Officers Association. I don't believe we are talking about any other labor groups. As I'm looking at the HR director, that's the case. Okay. So, closed session.
not on. We're back out of closed session, get a city attorney report.
Thank you. The council met in closed session to discuss labor negotiations involving the Oceanside Police Officers Association. Council provided direction that there is no reportable action under the Brown Act.
Thank you. We don't need a call for that. Hold on a second. I'll adjourn this meeting to December the 10th, Wednesday at 2 p.m. And it's going to be a workshop on reinforced masonry buildings. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm gonna do a chuck.